This page announces the magazine's declaration as a general magazine, now covering all hardware platforms. Highlighted by a major feature on the latest games from the Tokyo Game Show, and a large feature dedicated to the Xbox. The cover features Kasumi from Dead or Alive 3, which is also a main focus, with details on her latest appearance and the 16 characters included. Other featured games mentioned include Onimusha Warlords, Sega GT 2002, Bistro Cupid, Leaf's new PC game Utaware Rumono, Sakura Wars 4, Fallen Love, Maidens, Sakura Wars Online, and Mystery Dungeon, Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden, Swordswoman Asuka. There's also a section titled Take Off Sega, covering Sega's latest presents. The issue is a special edition with over 200 pages and promotes its new inclusion of PC game coverage. This is the volume 11 issue from 2001, released on October 26th, priced at 550 yen. This page is a vibrant advertisement celebrating October and the peak season for sports days, suggesting Sega games are the perfect way to have fun after working up a sweat. It prominently features a Masai from Super Monkey Ball holding a relay baton alongside popular characters from the Puyo Pop series. The main focus is the debut of Puyo Pop on the Game Boy Advance. This marks the first time the standard-setting falling block puzzle game is available on a handheld console in full color, complete with the beloved Manzai comedy skits and character voices during chain reactions. A key highlight is the support for one-cartridge 4-player battles, making it easy for friends to play together. Puyo Pop is listed as a puzzle game supporting 1 to 4 players, utilizing the link cable for multiplayer. The page shows screenshots of the familiar Puyo game grids, illustrating the colorful gameplay and character portraits. The game was released on October 18, 2001, priced at 4,800 yen, excluding tax. There's also a small notice correcting the price of Shenmue 2, mentioned in a previous advertisement. This page is a solid push for Sega's presence on Nintendo's handheld with a popular puzzle franchise. This page showcases a lineup of exciting Sega titles, featuring both the highly anticipated sequel to a critically acclaimed adventure, and fun arcade-style sports and party games. Headlining the page is Shenmue 2 for the Dreamcast, promising an unprecedented scale that vastly surpasses its predecessor. Picking up the story of Ryo Hazuki, the game delves deeper into the mysteries surrounding his father's death and the mirrors, bringing him to Hong Kong where new events unfold and he encounters a variety of characters. The game retains its unique free genre, emphasizing freedom of exploration and interaction. Next up is Super Monkey Ball for the Nintendo GameCube. Billed as a simple yet incredibly fun ball-playing game, it utilizes the analog stick to tilt the floor, guiding the monkey in a ball to the goal. It's highlighted as easy to pick up and enjoy, suitable for 1 to 4 players, and don't forget to grab the bananas. Below, Sega Extreme Sports is featured for the Dreamcast. This game brings extreme sports, like snowmobiling, bungee jumping, and skydiving, popular internationally, to Japan. Players can take on challenging courses across 5 event types, using 4 different characters. Finally, Cosmic Smash, also for Dreamcast, is presented as a cool, new sensation sports game. It combines elements of squash and block breaking, challenging players to clear stages with tricks and style. The bottom of the page also includes information about the upcoming Tokyo Game Show 2001 autumn event. This issue features comprehensive gaming coverage, starting with the Tokyo Game Show 2001 Autumn Report and a deep dive into Sega's new games. Take Off Sega. Readers will find articles on game creation, contests, and magazine updates. The special reports section previews numerous upcoming titles. Sakura Wars 4 and Online for Dreamcast, Space Channel 5 Part 2, Dreamcast/PS2, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, GameCube, and Sonic Advance, GBA. PlayStation 2 gets spotlighted with RPGs like Grandia, platformers like Jak and Daxter, and fighting games such as Guilty Gear X+. Game Boy Advance features include Shining Soul and Phoenix Wright. The WonderSwan Color and PC, Utaware Rumono, are also covered. An extensive Xbox feature includes a Microsoft executive interview, along with dedicated coverage of Dead or Alive 3, Genma Onimusha, Sega GT 2002, and Bistro Cupid. The magazine also keeps readers updated on the latest arcade games, like The King of Fighters 2001, Virtua Fighter 4, Verbi, and Tekken 4. This page serves as the table of contents and game index for the magazine. The main features listed include an extensive report on the Tokyo Game Show, a special interview with the Samsung Yoshimatsu, and an article discussing the latest Dreamcast Magazine topics, including industry trends and user perspectives. The Game Index provides a rundown of games covered across various platforms. For Dreamcast, you'll find titles like El Dorado Gate, Volume 7, and Candy Stripe. PlayStation 2 coverage includes games like ICO, Grandia 2 and Extreme, Jak and Daxter, and Guilty Gear X+. The GameCube section highlights Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, while Game Boy Advance features Phoenix Wright and Shining Soul. Xbox titles listed are Genma Onimusha, Sega GT 2002, and Dead or Alive 3. WonderSwan Color and PC games are also mentioned. The page also includes a section explaining various icons used throughout the magazine, detailing game features and peripheral support. The large image on the left appears to be character art from Dead or Alive 3. This page delves into two significant guides for Dreamcast fans. The top half showcases the perfect guide for Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcast, promising a 400% completion rate and a complete follow-up to the changes from the PlayStation version. It highlights full strategies for original routes, details on the strength of new units like Kiku Busu Breaker, and a comprehensive look at pilot and unit abilities, teaching you everything you need to know about the changes from the PS version. This extensive guide is 432 full-color pages and is already available. Below that, the page features a catalog titled Dreamcast is the Best in the World, dedicated to Dreamcast software and peripherals. It celebrates the impressive library of approximately 380 games, released over nearly 3 years, averaging over 12 titles a month, and reflects on the console's passionate journey. Illustrated with fun cartoon characters, this catalog covers Dreamcast's entire history of software and hardware in 160 full-color pages. It boldly declares that if you're a DC user, buying it is a given, urging you to just buy it because Dreamcast is the best. Like the Super Robot Wars guide, this catalog is also currently on sale. As the Tokyo Game Show nears, the console war heats up. Nintendo GameCube, recently launched, hopes to gain traction with the upcoming Super Smash Bros., Melee, and new color variations. Microsoft is aggressively entering the market with the Xbox, showcasing titles like Project Gotham Racing and Halo, and taking the largest booth space ever. Sony PlayStation 2 maintains its lead in hardware sales, nearing 10 million units shipped domestically, and is promoting key titles like Jak and Daxter and the atmospheric ICO. The show will reveal which console will ultimately make the biggest impact. This page covers two major topics. The first discusses Square's venture into the film industry with the Final Fantasy movie, The Spirits Within. Despite a massive production cost exceeding $160 million, the film performed poorly at the box office worldwide, leading to an expected loss of over $100 million for Square. The article highlights the scale of this failure and Square's response, including plans to leverage the technology developed for the film in their core game business. It also touches upon Square's diverse upcoming projects, such as the online RPG Final Fantasy Shags and remakes on other platforms. The images shown are screenshots featuring the realistic CG characters from the Spirits Within film. The second topic focuses on the Dorimaga Fund, a project seemingly aimed at funding new game development for the Dreamcast, potentially driven by fan support. The article reports on the progress of collecting applications and pledges, noting that over 5,500 applications have been received, amounting to tens of millions of yen in potential funding. It announces that the project is nearing its deadline, and final votes will be gathered at the Tokyo Game Show venue and online. The page includes questions posed to participants, asking about their preferred hardware, desired game titles, and potential financial contributions, demonstrating a direct interaction with the fanbase to determine the future of Dreamcast software. This page dives into two exciting developments. First, it highlights Crossgate, a purely domestic online RPG developed by Enix with server support from ISO. Released in Japan, the article notes its success with over 10,000 users and positive reviews, emphasizing its design tailored for Japanese players, including features like character actions and easy connection via isao.net, making it accessible even for beginners. There are images showing gameplay and photos of the key people behind it: Enix producer Yosuke Saito and Isao's Hiroaki Ito, who handled member management and billing. The second topic covers the national tournament for the highly regarded trading card and board game, Coldicept 2nd, which was released on the Dreamcast. The tournament, starting on October 17th, aims to find the best player. The article details the different ways players can enter the preliminary rounds: online network battles, AI battles where players submit their AI character data, and physical tournaments held at participating stores. It also provides a brief overview of the tournament rules and shows a map layout used for the preliminary stages, noting it's designed for balanced play. This national event demonstrates the strong community and competitive scene for Coldcept Second. This page introduces a new fighter, joining the ranks of the upcoming 3D weapon fighting game, Soul Calibur 2. The headline teases the reveal of characters and questions Nightmare's objective, but the spotlight here is firmly on Talim. She is presented as a 15-year-old priestess, who, sensing evil energy carried on the wind, resolves to embark on a quest to counter its source. The page features a large artwork of Talim, alongside multiple screenshots demonstrating her fighting style, which appears fast and dynamic, utilizing twin elbow blades. The game is noted to be developed by Namco, running on the System 246 arcade board, and planned for release on PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox, though release dates and pricing are still pending. The development is stated to be 40% complete, and the magazine indicates it will continue to provide updates on Soul Calibur 2's progress and character reveals. This page features the weapon-based fighting game, Soul Calibur. The upper section highlights 5 confirmed returning characters: Ivy, Taki, Astaroth, and Mitsurugi, alongside the new character Cassandra, who is Saphicia's sister. The main focus is on Nightmare, described as the Nightmare of Soul Edge returns. The text delves into his history, being possessed by the evil sword Soul Edge, and his relentless pursuit of blood. His profile states that despite years passing since the previous game, his appearance, especially his head, has changed, while Soul Edge itself hasn't changed, raising questions about his true objective. Nightmare is confirmed to return with his 3 stances: Chief, Base, and Deck Star, likely referring to different fighting styles or phases, which are being further developed and evolved for this title. Several screenshots showcase gameplay, featuring characters like Ivy, Cassandra, and Nightmare in combat, highlighting the game's 3D fighting mechanics and environments. The page confirms Nightmare's presence, and hints at the evolution of his character and fighting style in this installment. This page features the fastest ever Dorimaga news, covering events from September 25th through October 7th. Highlights include the official announcement for the Sakura Wars Kaiju Show 2002, confirming its return for the new year with a variety of songs, dances, and comedy. Pre-sale tickets are set to begin in late November. Nintendo is stepping up to support venture companies developing original game software, offering financial assistance and development kits for promising projects, aiming to foster new hits like Pokémon. A screenshot that appears to be from Panzer Dragoon, or Kana, is shown in this section. Matsushita Electric has officially named their GameCube-compatible DVD player the Q, previously codenamed Mermaid, and is starting surveys about the device. For fans of Tokyo Majin Gakuen Gahouchou, a new radio show featuring voice actors for Tushin Kyogo and Mana has begun, providing the latest game news and radio drama segments. The Tokyo Game Show 2001 Autumn Xbox booth is also accessible online, with a special website featuring live streaming from the event floor, opportunities to get original goods, and design contest results. Finally, Hitmaker's official online shop is releasing new merchandise, including a Cybertroopers Virtual On Force windbreaker and a Derby Owners Club 2-card folder, available for pre-order. The page also notes the significant impact of the 9/11 attacks on Disneyland Anaheim. This page kicks off with exciting news for Soccer Wars fans, as real figures based on the characters from Soccer Wars 3, Is Paris Burning, are being released as affordable capsule toys, costing just 200 yen each. There are 5 types available, hitting toy stores nationwide from late October. There's also an announcement for a Seaman exhibition being held at the Tokyo Tower Wax Museum, coinciding with the upcoming release of the PlayStation 2 title, Seaman 2, Forbidden Pet Drive, Gazee's Island. The exhibition, running from October 15th to November 15th, celebrates the unique creature known as Seaman and the work of Dr. Gazee. Admission is 870 yen for adults and 460 yen for children. For fighting game enthusiasts, a list details the venues and schedule for the Virtua Fighter 4 Kansai Tournament, Kansai Decisive Battle, taking place across the Kansai, Okayama, and Shikoku regions. Participants need a Virtua Fighter 4 access card with at least 5 remaining uses, and the tournament rules involve a 45-second match time with no mid-match character changes. Finally, the page highlights upcoming events, including the Tokyo Game Show 2001 Autumn from October 12th to 14th, the Play Model and Radio Control Show 2001 on October 13th and 14th, and a Halloween Week event at Tokyo Joyopolis from October 20th to 31st, featuring a Halloween-themed bingo tournament and a Sonic meet and greet. This page dives into various gaming news and events. Starting with goods, Broccoloy is releasing new trading card expansions for popular series like Aquarian Age and Dai Gi Chariot, featuring new illustrations. Next up, there's an exciting event notice for high school students interested in game development. A free game design lecture series is being held with prominent industry figures, like the director of the Namco Digital Hollywood Game Lab, and other university professors sharing their insights. For fans of Sega's karaoke, a special anime song contest is announced using the Dreamcast karaoke system. The unique twist here is that the most requested songs will become the official challenge songs for participants. In peripheral news, the popular ASC 2-stick and ASC 2-pad controllers, specifically the versions themed after Capcom vs. SNK 2, are being re-released due to high demand. These are essential gear for serious fighting game players. Additionally, mobile users can get new game and anime song melodies for their karaoke apps via services like JSky and Ezweb, including many hard-to-find tracks. Finally, the industry news section highlights key events like the first Xbox Premiere Showcase, where Microsoft detailed their launch lineup, and reveals the name of the GameCube's DVD player attachment is Q. The Web News Access ranking features big titles like Soul Calibur 2, Star Ocean 3, and Dead or Alive 3, alongside news about Microsoft's Xbox titles and Square's financial performance related to their movie division. This page covers several interesting gaming developments. First up, Sega fans can look forward to the Sega Con CD series, compiled from user votes for the best Sega music. Volume 1, releasing October 24th, features 61 tracks primarily from Arcade, Master System, and Mega Drive, including previously unreleased audio. Volume 2 follows quickly, on November 21st, focusing on Saturn and Dreamcast titles, with many vocal tracks. These look like must-have collections for preserving Sega's musical history. There's also news from a Waha Hanpo live event, where the PlayStation 2 title Switch was announced. This game involves members of the famous performance group and the game's producer/voice director. The page also briefly mentions PC New Year's card software being sold at convenience stores, offering various popular titles for creating greetings. In the game industry summary, it notes a mixed picture leading up to the Tokyo Game Show, with significant announcements alongside signs of stagnation. Notably, the popular Dreamcast title Jet Set Radio is getting a re-release through D-Direct and general stores. Finally, a timeline of recent news highlights various events, like the announcement of Soul Calibur 2 for professional use, new screenshots for Dead or Alive 3, news on the limited edition Metal Gear Solid 2, Microsoft's announcements for Xbox original titles, and the opening of the Gungrave website. There's also mention of a price cut for the European PS2, and news related to Silent Hill 2. Gaming news includes a Momotaro Dentetsu board game collaboration with collectible stickers. The anime Final Fantasy Unlimited airs weekly on TV Tokyo and features the theme song, Over the Fantasy. Voice actor Hiroshi Kono will perform in a historical theater production. Telephone cards based on the visual novels Kuon no Kizuna and Furaiki are available through a mail-in campaign. ACD Preserving Retro Game Audio features classic arcade hits like Xevious, Gaplus, and the Tower of Druaga, including an interview with Xevious creator Masanobu Endo. This page features the bi-weekly sales ranking across all gaming platforms, presenting the top 15 best-selling software titles. The number one spot is taken by Dynasty Warriors 3 on PlayStation 2, showing strong initial sales. Following closely are Super Robot Wars, Asan Game Boy Advance, a popular entry in the long-running strategy RPG series, and Ace Combat 04. Shattered Skies on PlayStation 2, noted for its solid performance and TV advertising. The ranking showcases a diverse range of platforms and genres, including Dreamcast with titles like Air and Capcom vs. SNK 2, Mark of the Millennium 2001, which also appears for PS2, GameCube, with Luigi's Mansion finding steady sales, and Game Boy Advance with Wario Land 4. Other notable titles in the top 15 include Silent Hill 2, Hot Shots, Golf 3, and various simulation and sports games. A separate note highlights the state of Dreamcast sales, mentioning that while overall sales are slowing, specific titles like Shenmue 2 continue to see decent cumulative sales. It also comments on the GameCube's sales performance, suggesting it's seeing a steady start, often purchased alongside the console itself. The reader-voted top 30 most anticipated games highlights significant interest in Dreamcast titles, despite the trend toward multi-platform releases. Sakura Wars 4: Fall in Love, Maidens takes the top spot, showcasing new mech screenshots. Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Xeon Dreamcast is second, though its release is uncertain due to incomplete sound. Dead or Alive 3 on Xbox rounds out the top 3, with a demo featuring 16 characters planned. Dreamcast continues to feature heavily on the list, with titles like Sakura Wars Online and Rez. Other platforms are represented by anticipated releases, such as Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, PS2, Resident Evil 0, GameCube, and Sonic Advance, Game Boy Advance. The page also highlights games further down the list, including Space Channel 5 Part 2, Dreamcast PS2, Pikmin, GameCube, Grandia Extreme, PS2, and Genma Onimusha, Xbox. This page delves into reader preferences for game ports across various platforms and provides the latest arcade rankings. The Porting Wish Multi-5 survey reveals what games readers hope to see released on Dreamcast, GameCube, PlayStation 2, Xbox, and portable consoles. It's interesting to see Dreamcast owners still expressing strong desires for titles like Knights, Sister Princess, and Virtua Fighter 4 to be ported to their console, while other platforms have popular Dreamcast games like the Shenmue series, Skies of Arcadia, and Phantasy Star Online topping the wish lists for PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. This reinforces the earlier observation about the continued appeal of Dreamcast IPS on newer hardware. The featured title section highlights Sega Rosso's unique typing game, La Keyboard, as coming soon. It also spotlights Virtua Fighter 4, tying into its dominant performance in the latest arcade income rankings. The Video Game Top 15 arcade ranking shows Virtua Fighter 4 holding the #1 spot by a significant margin. Other strong performers include Mobile Suit Gundam Federation vs. Xeon DX at number 2 and Tekken 4 at number 3, reflecting the popularity of fighting and robot action games in the arcades. The page also touches on a subtle detail in Virtua Fighter 4, questioning the meaning of the orbs displayed near the life gauge. This page presents a comprehensive schedule of upcoming game software releases across various platforms, with a significant focus on Sega titles for the Dreamcast and their releases on other consoles. A key highlight is the announcement of the re-release of De La Jet Set Radio on the Dreamcast for November 18th. The article notes the high demand for this title led to its return to the market, featuring its unique 3D cel-shaded visuals and engaging gameplay. The page includes extensive release lists for the Dreamcast, covering late 2001 and beyond. While too numerous to list entirely, notable titles include Power Stone 2, listed as Power Smash 2, likely an error or early name for Virtua Tennis 2, Rez, and various other action, RPG, and sports games. Down Dreamcast. Sega is bringing its popular IPS to other consoles. The schedules for PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox feature titles like Crazy Taxi, Rez, and The House of the Dead 2i, along with sports simulations like NFL 2K and NBA 2K. Phantasy Star Online is also listed for other platforms, indicating its expanding reach. There's a brief mention of a release related to the PlayOnline official service for PlayStation 2, possibly a peripheral or software to facilitate online play, though the details are concise. Overall, the page serves as a detailed roadmap for game releases, showcasing a busy period for Sega and its efforts to support multiple platforms with both new titles and popular franchises. This page continues the look at upcoming game releases, shifting focus primarily to the PlayStation 2 and PlayStation PS1 platforms. The main table lists a wide array of titles scheduled for late 2001 into early 2002 and beyond on PlayStation 2. It features a mix of genres, including RPGs like Grandia 2 and Final Fantasy Shy, action games like Soul Calibur 2 and Ridge Racer, and various sports and simulation titles. The listings show many games were still awaiting final release dates at the time this was published. Below this, there's a section highlighting PlayStation releases. This appears to cover budget-priced re-releases under the PS1 Books label, offering popular classic titles like Ark the Lad, Crash Bandicoot, and Gran Turismo at affordable prices, perfect for those looking to catch up on PS1 hits. Crucially, the page also announces the release of the dedicated monitor for the PS1 console. This 5-inch TFT screen with built-in speakers launched on October 12th, offering a portable setup option for the slimmed-down console. A combo package including the PS1 and the monitor was also announced for a November 22nd release. This hardware focus indicates continued support for the original PlayStation platform alongside the booming PS2 market. This page provides an exciting look at the upcoming launches of Nintendo's GameCube and Microsoft's Xbox in the Japanese market. The Nintendo GameCube section confirms its September 14, 2001 release date and price. It highlights the console's appearance at Seatech, where a playable unit-running wave race was showcased, noting that the photo shows the violet version with orange and black models planned for November. There's also mention of the unique Matsushita-made GameCube known as Q, which combined the console with a DVD player. The extensive list of upcoming games reveals strong support, featuring major titles like Pikmin, Super Smash Bros., Melee, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, and Resident Evil, though many release dates were still undecided. Moving to the Xbox, the page announces its planned Japanese launch on February 22, 2002, following its North American debut, with the price still pending. Microsoft's clear intent for the Japanese market is emphasized, particularly with the development of titles like Phantom Crash. The upcoming game list shows a mix of established series like Dead or Alive and Soul Calibur alongside new IPs, indicating Microsoft was building a diverse library for its Japanese launch, although many titles lacked concrete release dates at this time. This page serves as a comprehensive data station for various handheld consoles available in Japan. It prominently features the Game Boy Advance, confirming its details mentioned previously and providing an in-depth look at the upcoming Romance of the Three Kingdoms strategy game. This title promises a deep experience with multiple historical scenarios, intense battles, and the ability for players to forge their own path by creating original characters and shaping alliances. The page also includes extensive lists of upcoming games for the GBA, covering a wide range of genres, from action titles like Super Mario Advance 2 to role-playing and puzzle games, detailing their planned release dates, publishers, and prices. Beyond the GBA, the page also presents data for the Game Boy Color, WonderSwan Color, and the Neo Geo Pocket/Neo Geo systems. For each console, key hardware information is listed, followed by a selection of upcoming game titles, providing gamers with a preview of the software libraries for these handheld platforms across different publishers and genres. This page kicks off the inaugural Reader's Race ranking, where readers vote on the most interesting game software across all hardware platforms. The concept is straightforward. Readers rate games they've played, and the results are compiled into this ranking, with a special award system for highly rated games that maintain their scores over time, potentially earning the title of Reader's Choice, or even Hall of Fame. The ranking table lists the top 25 games based on reader votes. Leading the pack at number 1 is Everybody's Golf 3 for the PlayStation 2, boasting a high score. The review praises its enjoyable gameplay for both solo and multiplayer, excellent graphics, and accessible characters, making it a great golf game for everyone. Following close behind at number 2 is Kuon no Kizuna for the Dreamcast. The review highlights its compelling scenario and story, noting that the romance and conflict elements keep you engaged until the very end, without getting boring. Further down the list, at number 5 is Gun Parade March for the PlayStation. The review notes its interesting enemy characters and charming dialogue, although it mentions some awkward movement controls and dated polygon graphics as minor drawbacks. The page emphasizes the excitement of seeing how the ranking unfolds across various platforms, encouraging readers to participate and influence future results. It highlights the initial surprise that Everybody's Golf 3 took the top spot. This page delves deeper into the reader's race, with a section highlighting promising new titles. Leading the charge is Air for the Dreamcast, presented as a potential successor to the highly acclaimed canon. Readers praise its focus on themes of family and love, citing a deeply moving story and excellent music. Even if some note the gameplay is primarily reading, it scores very highly based on reader votes. The page then introduces several contender games across different platforms. Luigi's Mansion on GameCube is featured, with reviewers enjoying the unique ghost-catching gameplay and impressive graphics for a new console. Onimusha Warlords for PlayStation 2 gets a nod for its solid action and atmospheric setting. Mobile Suit Gundam Zeonic Front is highlighted for putting players on the Zeon side and its focus on strategic mecha combat. Devil May Cry on PS2 is showcased for its stylish action and cool protagonist, Dante. Finally, Ace Combat 04 Shattered Skies for PS2 is presented, praised for its intense aerial combat and immersive atmosphere, a return to form for the series. The page sets up a special cumulative ranking section for Dreamcast titles, to be revealed on the next page. This page continues the Reader's Race feature focusing on Dreamcast software, highlighting the ongoing ranking based on reader votes and accumulated data. It presents the full DC software odds table A, which details the current standings, reflecting reader preferences and scores. Beyond the main ranking, the page offers a preview of notable games impacting the charts. Shenmue 2 is featured, discussed for its impressive graphics and engaging events, though some reader comments mention the difficulty of its QuickTime events. Memories Off Second is highlighted, with praise for its appealing characters, strong voice acting, and involving story, along with user-friendly features like the text skip. The fighting game Garou, Mark of the Wolves, known internationally as Fatal Fury, Mark of the Wolves, is also showcased, described as a solid port of the arcade classic, appreciated by fans of the genre. The accompanying text notes the dynamic nature of the ranking, with games like Sakura Wars 3 making significant moves up the chart and impacting the top positions. This page prominently features Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcast, highlighted as a must-buy title. This port of the hit PlayStation game boasts significant upgrades, including fully 3D battle scenes, new game systems, and additional robots, making it a major renewal over the original version. The game, a simulation RPG from Banpresto, released in August 2001, received a strong average reader score of 8.64 and a review score of 8.33. Artwork and screenshots show classic mechs and pilots like Bright and Char, along with dynamic battle sequences. Comments from the developer emphasized the substantial changes made for the Dreamcast release, transforming it far beyond a simple port, with the introduction of 3D battles and extra story content. Reviewer Hitoshi Kurisu strongly recommends the game to those who played the PlayStation version, noting his surprise at its release and praising the new 3D battles, particularly combination attacks and specific character scenes. While mostly positive, he does point out minor issues like map cursor alignment and battle scene transition times. The right side of the page continues the Reader's Race, ranking from the previous page, presenting full DC software odds table B. This table lists numerous games, their genres, publishers, and crucial reader scores, continuing the overall ranking of Dreamcast titles based on reader feedback. The next page continues the expansive full DC software odds table, presenting columns C, D, and E of the reader-voted rankings. This section ranks games from the low 90s down through the 300s, offering a broad look at how various Dreamcast titles performed in the eyes of the readers. You'll find a wide variety of genres represented, from action and RPGs to racing and puzzle games. Highlights include classics like Shenmue, Virtua Fighter 3 TB, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Street Fighter 2 entries, Resident Evil Code, Veronica, Phantasy Star Online, Grandia 2, Skies of Arcadia, Crazy Taxi, Daytona USA 2001, Sega Rally 2, Metropolis Street Racer, and Dance Dance Revolution. The ranking provides insight into the relative popularity and critical reception of many games within the Dreamcast community at the time, serving as a comprehensive list based on accumulated reader feedback and average scores. The text at the bottom seems to mention details about contest prizes like limited goods and calendars, potentially tied into the Reader's Race event itself. This page continues the extensive full DC software odds table, showcasing reader-voted rankings from 327 downwards. You'll find a diverse range of titles here, including games like Grauen no Tori, Happy Lesson, Rez, Shenmue 2, and many others across various genres. The page also features a DC odds table software review with a screenshot from a horse racing game, accompanied by commentary on the fluctuating rankings and specific games moving up or down the chart, including notes on Commu Party, Zero Gunner 2, and Us, Shenmue. There's a section titled Reader Race Full Horse Owner's Voice, where readers share their thoughts, mentioning the end of the Saturn Reader Race, desire for a skeleton controller, observations on Capcom vs. SNK2 advertising, finding cheap Dreamcast software, playing Shenmue 2, and expectations for PS2 price drops based on GameCube sales. Information about the full hard reader race application decision is detailed, explaining that voting is possible for software released within the last 2 years via postcard or the internet, with multiple chances to vote. It also introduces prediction games for newly releasing software, like guessing the debut rank of Pikmin and a new Dreamcast title, Candy Stripe, offering prizes for correct guesses. Finally, a list of upcoming software expected to be ranked is shown, featuring titles like Grauen no Tori chapters, Pachinko and Pachislot simulations, Net vs. Series games, and more. with voting ongoing. There's also a section awarding prizes, like game software, and special phone cards to reader race participants. This gaming preview page reviews titles releasing from October 12th to 25th across various platforms. The scoring system ranges from 1 to 10, with specific points for unfinished, average, and highly recommended games. Featured games include pickup title recommendations: Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Game Boy Advance. An investigation adventure with an 8.6 average score is lauded for its story and engaging gameplay. Puyo Pop, Game Boy Advance. A classic puzzle game with multiplayer, earned a 6.4. Finally, Divine Love, Dreamcast, an action RPG, received a 5.66 due to control and loading time issues, despite its content and freedom. The page also includes reviewer comments. This page features reviews for upcoming games. First up is Tentama, First Sunny Side for Dreamcast, a love-adventure game praised for its smooth system, easy saving and loading, and the detailed environments that make you feel connected to the characters. Reviewers noted the pacing picks up after a somewhat flat beginning. Next is Candy Stripe, Trainee Angel, another Dreamcast love adventure set in a hospital with nursing student heroines. It was appreciated for its unique setting and atmosphere, though some found the story and character development a bit inconsistent at times. Finally, J-League Winning 11-5, part of the Pro Evolution Soccer series internationally, for PlayStation 2 is reviewed. This football game is highlighted for its significant evolution on PS2, showcasing realistic player movements and improved presentation, especially in the Master League mode. It's seen as a strong entry, building on the series' legacy. The games reviewed received average scores ranging from 7.0 to 8.75. This page is a feature article from the Dorimaga Exploration team, focusing on the Tokyo Game Show. The big question is why this 11th show is causing such excitement, especially after a bit of a quiet period. A major highlight is the return of Sega to the TGS floor after skipping the last two events, which is a big deal considering their recent history transitioning from Dreamcast hardware. Adding to the buzz is the huge presence of Microsoft and the Xbox, taking up the largest booth space. This is right before the US launch, so there's a lot of anticipation after Bill Gates himself showed up at the last TGS to talk about it. The article also looks back at the history of the show, mentioning past attendance numbers and locations, noting how the event has evolved over its 5-year run. It really captures the feeling of change and renewed energy around the industry at this time. This page continues the coverage of the exciting 11th Tokyo Game Show. It features an interview with Ms. Ariyoshi, who is in charge of CISA-hosted events like the game show, discussing the highlights and the show's evolution. The article emphasizes the significant increase in booth space compared to the previous year, suggesting a much larger event this time, living up to the previous page's build-up. There's also a look at the show's official poster, featuring a stylized Sonic, the Hedgehog character created by the developer who won the Japan Game Award Grand Prize. A section titled Game Show Check provides practical details, mentioning the show opening at 1 p.m. on the first day for the public, a Sega conference focusing on their new strategy, and the placement of a donation box for victims of the recent Amos simultaneous terrorist attacks. The page also includes breakdowns of game titles by genre and platform exhibited at the show, highlighting the diversity and the dominant platforms like PlayStation 2 and PlayStation, along with Xbox's growing presence. Finally, there are brief sections discussing future TGS plans, and a call for reader submissions for the Dorimaga Exploration team, and an update on the Dorimaga Fund project involving Sega. It paints a picture of a highly anticipated and dynamic event. This page is a reader service offering exclusive merchandise to applicants, a second collaboration project between Dorimaga and Raspberry magazines. It features a luxurious lineup of 19 different items, including telecards and special books sold at the summer comic market. Featured items include a Mahoromatic telecard, a green illustration, a new drawing from the Game Lovers, a paper doll set of Komugi Nakahara from Soul Takers drawn by Akio Watanabe, and a telecard of Yomiko Reedman from Read or Die. Also available are 2 books previously sold at Comic Market, a compilation of the Guru Creature manga from Dorimaga, and a collection of game reviews by Dora-chan from Dorimaga, the latter coming with a mousepad. To apply, readers must use the special form provided in the magazine, select their desired item by number, and pay 800 yen plus any remittance fees at a post office. Only one item can be applied for per form. The items are expected to ship starting in mid-January 2002, and applicants should retain their post office receipt as proof of payment and for any inquiries. This page offers a visual showcase of some of the exclusive illustrations and merchandise available through the reader service highlighted on the previous page. It presents a diverse collection of artwork from various artists and features popular game titles. Among the highlights are illustrations for fan-favorite games like Sonic Adventure 2, featuring a dynamic pose of Sonic in shadow.
Shenmue 2, with an illustration that served as a telecard design showing Ryo Hazuki and others. Memories Off Second, depicting a memorable scene with a character under an umbrella. And Capcom vs. SNK 2. Millionaire Fighting 2001, showcasing the iconic duo of Chun-Li and Mai Shiranui in a Dream crossover piece. There's also artwork for YS2, featuring its heroine Lilia alongside other characters. Beyond specific games, the page includes original illustrations by artists such as Takemoto Izumi, Sachiko Kamimura, Yumiko Uekusa, related to the Guru Guru Creature series, and more, covering various styles and themes. The section also provides crucial contact information for inquiries regarding the application process and merchandise delivery, reminding readers of the application deadline, which is November 30, 2001. This page effectively serves as a gallery, giving readers a clear look at the exciting items they can obtain through the magazine's special service.
This page is a vibrant promotion for the second volume of the character magazine, Raspberry. Billing itself as an emotional Bishoujo character magazine, this issue is packed with features covering anime, PC games, and console titles. Highlights include a major feature on the popular anime, Mahoromatic, which started airing on October 5th, detailing its charm and characters. The magazine also covers the OVA series, ROD, Read or Die. For PC gamers, there's exciting news about Paya Heart 3, which has been anticipated for 3 years, and information on Snow, along with details on Green and other titles. The Dreamcast and Xbox sections focus on the continued popularity of Comic Party and feature Bistro Cupid, questioning if it's the awaited gal game for Xbox. As a special bonus, the magazine comes with a strap, coaster, and postcard set. Priced at 980 yen, Raspberry Volume 2 looks like a must-read for fans of character-focused content across different platforms. The publisher is SoftBank Publishing. This page serves as a special report leading up to the Tokyo Game Show 2001 Autumn. The main image depicts characters with heads shaped like the Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox consoles, dressed as agents or Gimen, embodying the feature's title, Gimen 2001. The text introduces this lineup of gaming players gathered before the show and highlights that the magazine will extensively cover a gorgeous lineup of upcoming titles across various platforms. The page then presents a list of games featured within the magazine, categorized by platform: Dreamcast, PS2, GameCube, Game Boy Advance, Xbox, and WonderSwan Color. Highlighted games include Dreamcast titles like Sakura Wars 4 and Space Channel 5 Part 2, while the PS2 section lists Grandia Stream, Grandia 2, ICO, Jak and Daxter, The Precursor Legacy, and Guilty Gear X Plus, among others. GameCube features Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, and the Game Boy Advance includes Shining Soul and Sonic Advance. The Xbox lineup teases titles like Dead or Alive 3, Genma Onimusha, and Sega GT 2002. The WonderSwan Color section lists classic Saga ports and other titles. This page effectively serves as a comprehensive index and teaser for the autumn 2001 game releases covered in the magazine. This page features a special report dedicated to the highly anticipated Sakura Wars 4 and the upcoming Sakura Wars Online, directly in anticipation of the Tokyo Game Show Autumn 2001. As any fan knows, Sakura Wars is a cornerstone of the Dreamcast library, and this feature offers the first public look at screenshots from Sakura Wars 4. The core of the page is an interview with key figures behind the series, including creator Oji Hiroi, Koji Ohaba, and Koichiro Nishino, who discuss the future of Sakura Wars, focusing on the development progress of Sakura Wars 4 and mentioning Sakura Wars Online. They touch upon the tight development schedule for Sakura Wars 4, leading up to its reveal at TGS. Visually, the page showcases photos of the developers, a large, striking logo for Sakura Wars 4 Koisyo Otome, roughly Maidens Fall in Love, character art featuring members of both the Imperial Combat Review, Flower Division and Star Division, and the Paris Combat Review, confirming their appearance in the game. There's also a small example of a dialogue scene. A section confirms its presence as an exhibited title at the Tokyo Game Show. The page is bathed in cherry blossom motifs, fitting the series theme. A small box provides basic game data, confirming its Dreamcast release by Sega/Overworks. This feature builds significant hype for the next installment of the beloved adventure series, debuting at TGS. This page continues our in-depth look at the Sakura Wars presence at the Tokyo Game Show. specifically focusing on the newly unveiled Sakura Wars 4. The large banner boldly announces its reveal. The page features an ongoing interview with series creators, where they discuss the challenging but exciting development of Sakura Wars 4 and its unique 13-minute feature. This entry promises an all-star cast, combining the Imperial Capital's 8 main characters with the 5 members of the Paris Combat Review, creating a combined force of 13. A major visual highlight is the reveal of the new Kubu mecha design for Sakura Wars 4, shown in a striking screenshot, noted as an evolution of the Sakura Wars 3 Kubu F2. Character art prominently displays the Paris Combat Review, confirming their return and involvement in the Imperial Capital alongside the Flower Division. The discussion also touches upon the popular Kaio shows, celebrating their 5th anniversary and mentioning ambitious future plans, including potential performances in Asia and even Las Vegas. Finally, the creators detail their plans for the Tokyo Game Show stage, promising the latest game footage and possibly appearances by voice actors, generating significant anticipation for fans. At the Tokyo Game Show Autumn 2001, Sakura Wars 4 screenshots debuted alongside previews for Sakura Wars Online. An interview with Overworks president Norikatsu Oba revealed Sakura Wars 4 is in active development, promising easier gameplay than Sakura Wars 3 and the 13-minute bloom feature, indicating dense content. Data transfer from previous games will be supported. A visual timeline highlighted character art from the series. Sakura Wars Online is slated for release, with one version targeting December 20th and another in spring. Sakura Wars 4 showcases redesigned Kubu mecha in a Ginza battle scene, piloted by all 14 Flower Division members. Chief Director Akiharu Nishino confirmed simultaneous development of both Sakura Wars Online and Sakura Wars 4, with Online nearing completion and Sakura Wars 4's core scenario finished, though dialogue implementation remains a significant undertaking. This page continues the in-depth look at the Tokyo Game Show presentations for the upcoming Sakura Wars titles on Dreamcast. It delves deeper into Sakura Wars Online, highlighting it as more than just a simple online game but a community platform. Developed by Overworks, leveraging technology from both the Sakura Wars series and their title Guru Guru Onsen, it allows players to interact, play games like Daifugo Online, and customize their own My Room, with collected items like plushies and plastic models of characters and Kubu. The game also includes adventure game-style sections and chat features, fostering a fan community. The page also touches on Sakura Wars 4, featuring interview snippets with director Akiharu Nishino. He discusses the development progress, confirming the core scenario is complete and work is ongoing on the vast amount of dialogue. He clarifies that the new Kubu designs aren't just modified versions, and emphasizes the unique challenge and excitement of featuring all 13 members of the Flower Division, promising a great experience playing with the full cast. The battle system for Sakura Wars 4 will utilize the ARMS base. Nishino views Sakura Wars Online as a successor to the prior Hanagumi Taisen Columns 2 online service, bringing Sakura Wars characters into the network space. The collectible items feature for the My Room is highlighted, showing how players can personalize their space. The page indicates the discussion continues on the next page. This page gives a deep dive into the Sakura Wars presence at Tokyo Game Show 2001, showcasing both Sakura Wars Online and the newly revealed Sakura Wars 4. Sakura Wars Online comes in 2 versions, Tia Kaito and Paris, featuring subtle differences in character appearance rules and dialogue box designs. Your starting My Room also differs, with the Tito version having tatami mats and the Paris version featuring standard flooring. The My Room feature is a key part of Online, allowing you to customize your personal space with collected items like character goods and chat with friends. At TGS, attendees could play a Hanafuda minigame within Sakura Wars Online, confirming it's a substantial online title. Dubbed Play Online and Wait for 4, the article highlights Online's unique character interaction, allowing players to walk and even experience date-like events with characters like Ugami or Kaede for female players, and the Flower Division members. Director Akiharu Nishino confirms a Sakura Wars 4 preview disc will be available at TGS, expressing confidence in its development by the core Overworks team. Special editions of Sakura Wars Online also include bonus items like a pink VMU and DC set. The page encourages fans to experience Sakura Wars at the TGS venue. This page dives into Mystery Dungeon, Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden, Swordswoman Asuka Kenzan, marking the latest entry in the beloved Shiren series making its debut on the Dreamcast. The main character is Asuka, the swordswoman who first appeared in the N64 title, Shiren the Wanderer 2. This time, the story centers around her adventures, starting from the village of 16 Knights. The article features striking artwork of Asuka, alongside illustrations of other characters like Minamo, described as a kunoichi pursued by a ninja group, and Koppa, the familiar talking weasel who accompanies Shiren but is shown here interacting with Asuka. Screenshots showcase the game's turn-based, tile-based, dungeon-crawling gameplay, a hallmark of the Mystery Dungeon series, where the layout changes each time you enter. The game promises the deep, challenging, and highly replayable RPG experience the series is known for. The game databox confirms a December 20, 2001 release from Sega, developed by Chunsoft. It's framed as a significant title for the Dreamcast, showcasing Asuka stepping into the spotlight.
Shiren the Wanderer Gaiden. Swordswoman Asuka Kenzan
is a Dreamcast title praised for its high replayability, derived from its turn-based, tile-based dungeon-crawling gameplay with randomly generated maps. Players explore dungeons, strategically using found, often unidentified, items. Losing means starting over, emphasizing survival and strategy. The game follows Asuka after separating from Shikaren, investigating a polluted river and a potential ninja threat. The Dreamcast version features improved graphics, net-enabled events, and the Areki box for monster storage, expanding upon the monster collection from Shiren 2 on the N64. The series began with the SNES Shiren the Wanderer in 1995, establishing the core gameplay, and evolved with features like town building and monster collecting in later installments, solidifying its reputation as a challenging roguelike. This page features an interview with Koichi Nakamura, the president of Chunsoft, discussing the upcoming Dreamcast release of Shiren, the Wanderer Gaiden. Swordswoman Asuka Kenzan. Nakamura reveals that development for a Dreamcast Shiren title began surprisingly early, even before the console's launch, driven by the potential for network features. He expresses anticipation for the December 20th release date, which he notes is sooner than many expected. The interview also briefly touches on the possibility of a sequel to the Machi series, stating it hasn't been cancelled, but would be challenging due to the significant changes in Shibuya over the years. The page also highlights other titles in the Shiren series, including Wind of Shiren GB2, Desert of Maju on Game Boy Color, which is noted for its helpful tutorial mode and returning characters like Pikiji and Otokichi, and the PC release Wind of Shiren Tsukikage Village, featuring a puzzle creation kit. Screenshots from these different versions are shown, illustrating gameplay and features like dialogue and the rescue system. Fans eager to experience the Dreamcast game can try it out at the Sega booth during the Tokyo Game Show. This page brings us a special report on Space Channel 5 Part 2. The iconic reporter Ula is back, and this time her main costume has changed from orange to a striking white, as seen in the promotional material and the large central image. There's even a mention of a feature called Ula-La's Costume Room. The game was first publicly revealed at the Tokyo Game Show in autumn 2001. Although there hadn't been much news for a while, development was clearly progressing well behind the scenes. Fans will be thrilled to learn that the game is planned for release on both the Dreamcast and PlayStation 2 platforms, making users on both systems very happy. Developed by Sega's United Game Artists, this musical action-adventure is slated for a spring 2002 release, though the exact date and price are still undecided. The page features dynamic screenshots showcasing the rhythmic gameplay and colorful characters the series is known for, including Ula in action with her signature microphone weapon, battling various alien threats like the Merolians and robots. It's exciting to see Ula back in the spotlight, with new moves and a fresh look. This page confirms that Ula is back. The massive headline across the top makes it clear that Space Channel 5 Part 2 is on its way, with a confirmed release window of spring 2002 on both the Dreamcast and PlayStation 2. Ula is shown singing and dancing, having grown into an even more dynamic space reporter. The page features screenshots showing her in action with her iconic microphone weapon, battling not only familiar faces like Purge, Jagger, Space Michael, and Space Grandma, but also a new, mysterious enemy group. These angular dark figures are referred to as the Dancing Group in one caption, hinting at the rhythmic challenges they'll present. Tetsuya Mizuguchi, producer at United Game Artists, comments that the game is complete and feels like a true musical. He highlights Ula's new white main color and the variety of costumes available, which can be collected in Ula-La's Costume Room. Gameplay is enhanced with increased drama and new elements like instrumental battles, promising even more fun than the first game. He teases the new villain, threatening galactic peace, but keeps their identity a secret. This page announces the latest entry in the beloved Shining series, Shining Soul, making its debut on the Game Boy Advance. This action RPG is highlighted for its cooperative multiplayer capabilities, allowing up to 4 players to connect via communication cable to explore dungeons together, reminiscent of the experience offered by Phantasy Star Online on the Dreamcast. The page features an interview with character designer Yoshitaka Tamaki, known for his work on classic Shining titles like Shining Force. He discusses his return to the series after a decade, contributing not only character and monster designs, but also to the game's world building. Tamaki mentions that the game's world is connected to the lore of Shining Force. He describes the cooperative gameplay as feeling like a streamlined version of Phantasy Star Online, where players work together to defeat monsters and explore. Screenshots showcase the game's top-down perspective and pixel art style, including a large boss creature. This revival of the Shining series after 10 years brings a new cooperative dungeon-crawling experience to the GBA.
This page continues the deep dive into Shining Soul for the Game Boy Advance, featuring an interview with character designer Yoshitaka Tamaki. Known for his iconic work on the original Shining Force, Tamaki shares insights into his return to the series after a decade, discussing the creative process behind designing characters and monsters for the new action RPG, while keeping the spirit of the original Shining Force alive. He mentions the game allows players to customize their character's appearance and choose from 4 distinct races or classes, including Fighter, Mage, Archer, and Dragonoot Warrior. The article highlights key gameplay features, such as the ability to collect rare items and trade them with friends using the Brigba's communication cable, encouraging cooperative play and resource sharing. Screenshots illustrate the top-down action combat, cooperative boss battles with up to 4 players, item management through the inventory screen, and exploration of varied environments including dungeons and outdoor areas. The page also features a nostalgic photo of the original Shining Force box art, emphasizing the connection to the beloved Genesis classic. Shining Soul aims to bring the series' charm and cooperative dungeon-crawling fun to a new generation on the GBA.
This page highlights the popular Tsukuro Let's Make series, making a significant appearance at the Tokyo Game Show, spanning 3 different platforms: Game Boy Advance, Dreamcast, and PlayStation 2. Featured are details on Let's Make a Pro Baseball Team, Advance for GBA, Let's Make a J.League Pro Soccer Club, 2 for Dreamcast, and Let's Make a J.League Pro Soccer Club, 2002 for PlayStation 2. Smilebit staff discussed the nuances of bringing their management simulation titles to these varied systems.
Senior planner Yasuhito Baba emphasizes the portability and quick playability of the GBA baseball title, perfect for playing on the go without long load times. Director Koichi Sasaki speaks about the Dreamcast soccer title, noting adjustments to gameplay balance, training, and the return of many fan-favorite players. Senior planner Takeshi Tanaka details improvements in control and loading speed for the PS2 soccer game, also mentioning the inclusion of notable players and efforts to make it accessible to new players. Overall series general producer Takayuki Kawagoe provides insight into the strategy of releasing on multiple platforms, aiming to maintain the core fun of building and managing a team while adapting to each hardware's strengths. He notes the differing experiences across the Dreamcast, GBA, and PS2 versions, expressing hope for the series to reach a wider audience. The page includes photos of these key Smilebit development staff members. This page dives deeper into the Tsukuro series, showcasing the portable baseball management simulation, Let's Make a Pro Baseball Team, Advance for the Game Boy Advance. As an expert, I can tell you the big news here is taking the beloved simulation experience on the go. You get to play as the owner of a new team, aiming to lead them to the top within 10 years. The GBA version supports link cable battles and data exchange, perfect for challenging friends anywhere. While it's a portable game, they haven't scaled back the core experience. The game boasts exciting, decisive scenes during matches with animated mini-characters that clearly show key plays, from batting stances to pitching motions. Don't worry, you can still simulate matches and just check the results if you prefer. Below, the page also gives us a glimpse at the latest in the soccer branch of the series. It teases the new DC version, Let's Make a J-League Pro Soccer Club, 2, and the finally revealed PS2 version, Let's Make a J-League Pro Soccer Club, 2002. The PS2 game is highlighted for its revamped player modeling and motion, promising beautiful graphics to enhance the management simulation. Both have upcoming release dates mentioned in their databoxes. This page dives deep into the highly anticipated Dreamcast title, Let's Make a J.League Pro Soccer Club, 2. This entry aligns with the 2001 J.League second stage data,
bringing updated player rosters. But the real highlight for longtime fans is the inclusion of legendary players from previous games. While the core management simulation system remains familiar, there are tweaks to aspects like training effectiveness. Online play is back, promising heated matches and potential rewards. The game features the updated 2001 uniforms for many J.League teams, including new designs for clubs like Kawasaki Frontale and Jeff United. Adding to the realism, Yokohama FC makes its debut in the J2 League, increasing the total match count per season to a challenging 52 games. Of course, a beloved part of the series is the cast of secretary characters, and they return here, with updated appearances for this Dreamcast version. The page shows a selection of these familiar faces, including the popular Mitsuya Yuka.
This entry promises a refined management experience with plenty of content for fans.
The next page shifts focus to the next evolution of the series, Let's Make a J.League Pro Soccer Club. 2002, making its debut on the PlayStation 2. The article highlights the significant leap in visual quality thanks to the PS2's hardware, promising beautiful, smooth, and impactful match scenes that are a must-see. Beyond the graphical enhancements, the game introduces key system changes. Notably, the satellite system is abolished, replaced by a full 22-player system during matches, allowing for more strategic depth in player management. The text also teases other system updates leveraging the PS2's capabilities and mentions the return of signature moves like Hikari Play. The popular secretary characters have undergone a full model change for this PS2 iteration. The page introduces 4 of these updated characters:
Saeki Yukino, Kate Robertson, Todoroki Akane, and Yano Nahoko, providing brief data like height, measurements, birthplace, and hobbies for each. The overall impression is that this PS2 entry is packed with new information and improvements, building upon the foundation of the series while taking full advantage of the new platform.
This page dives into the upcoming GameCube version of Sonic Adventure 2, now officially titled Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. A major highlight is the expanded KO Garden system and its innovative connection with the Game Boy Advance title, Sonic Advance. Beloved KO characters are central to this feature, allowing players to transfer their KO between the GameCube and GBA using a link cable. This enables raising your KO both at home in the detailed KO Garden on the GameCube and on the go using the Graba's portable tiny KO Garden. The article features screenshots showing Sonic interacting with various types of KO in the garden, illustrating the different environments like the Hero and Dark Gardens, and highlighting the KO Kindergarten. It also touches upon KO races and the battle aspect of the title, suggesting new competitive elements. The page notes the technical improvement, with the GameCube version running at a smooth 60 frames per second. Overall, the focus is on the enhanced KO system and the exciting new cross-platform connectivity that lets players raise their digital pets anywhere.
This page continues the deep dive into the expanded KO system in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and its innovative connection with the Game Boy Advance title, Sonic Advance. Building on the previous page, it highlights the tiny KO Garden mode, accessible on the GBA, allowing players to interact with their KO on the go. The GBA version features a simplified, colorful garden environment where you can feed, pet, and communicate with your KO, watching their stats grow. Screenshots show the GBA KO Garden interface, including KO stats and options. The article emphasizes the fun of raising KO through communication and care. It also details minigames available in the GBA Garden, such as a memory matching game, KO Match, and a rock-paper-scissors game, KO Panic Attack, where winning rings earns items or food for your KO. A significant point is the ability to download the tiny KO Garden data from Sonic Adventure 2 Battle onto a GBA connected via link cable, even if you don't own the Sonic Advance game card itself. This allows anyone with a GBA and the link cable to participate in the portable KO raising experience, making the cross-platform feature highly accessible. The page underscores the appeal of the GBA KO, with their increased cuteness and expressive reactions compared to previous iterations. This page dives into Grandia Stream for the PlayStation 2. It features a large illustration of the protagonist, Evan, wielding a sword, set against a backdrop showing glimpses of the game's world and battle system. The article highlights the game's focus, explaining that the extreme in the title signifies a return to the core RPG elements of adventure and battle, pushing them to an extreme level. Battles are described as strategic, with formidable monsters and ancient ruins playing a significant role, offering an overwhelming presence unlike previous adventures.
This is presented as the extreme style of the new era Grandia. The page also introduces the main character, Evan, a hot-headed but diligent boy who gained a unique ability after a personal tragedy. He's voiced by the notable voice actor Shinichiro Miki, who expresses his fondness for the character and the game's dramatic elements. Screenshots showcase intense in-game combat sequences and different environmental locations.
The page confirms the game is an RPG published by Enix for the PlayStation 2.
The next page continues the deep dive into Grandia's stream, shifting focus to the world and another key character. A prominent illustration showcases Carmine, a compelling female character featured alongside the game's logo. The page delves into the world of Grandia's stream, describing a setting with different nations inhabited by distinct races, including a military state and a kingdom of long-eared folk, all living amidst a backdrop of expanding modern civilization. A significant plot point highlighted is the occurrence of spirit riots, which have led to suspicions between nations and ongoing conflicts. The character section introduces Carmine as a military commander who, despite her position, dislikes trouble and has a surprisingly kind, older sister-like side. Her voice actress, Yuko Mizutani, shares her enthusiasm for the role. The keyword section further elaborates on the spirit riots, revealing that these natural disasters are linked to distortions in spiritual power and that ruins at the center of the chaos hold the key to stopping them, prompting investigation teams from various countries to gather. The page also includes concept art depicting locations and structures from the game world, alongside a screenshot showing a village area. Grandia Stream for PlayStation 2 adopts a new, lower viewpoint for a more immersive stream-style visual presentation, departing from the series' previous overhead perspective. The game maintains its core Grandia-ness while aiming for more stimulating visuals. The character Brandel, a rule-bending military leader voiced by Hisao Egawa, is introduced. Adventure drama remains a central theme, with a focus on exploration. Actions like climbing are automated via action icons. Players will explore ruins connected to spirit riots, interacting with elements like geogates. The game utilizes the ultimate action battle system, enhancing magic with diverse and strategic spells, including wind, ice, and area of effect attacks like Rain of Light. Grandia Stream's gameplay centers on its ultimate action battle system, emphasizing strategic timing using the IP gauge. This circular gauge, visible during battles, dictates when characters and enemies act, with movement, preparation, and execution phases. Players must read the IP gauge to anticipate enemy moves and execute attacks effectively. A key feature is the combination skills, allowing party members to unleash powerful joint attacks by coordinating actions via the IP gauge. An example is the Thunder Slash, requiring precise timing between Evan and Brandel. The page also introduces characters Tate and Siam. Tate, voiced by Suichiru Hoshi, is the youngest Arcana, shy but serious about the spirit riots. Sirium, voiced by Yukari Tamura, is a nimble Hazma tribe member, drawn to interesting things but avoiding serious conversations. This page features an interview with Hiroyuki Koyama, producer of the PS2 version of Grandia 2 at GameArts, discussing the concept and design of Grandia Stream. The article compares Grandia Stream X to its predecessors, noting a shift towards emphasizing gameplay and expanding the world and fun factor. The extreme style is described as pushing game design, focusing on time density within gameplay, and improving playability, particularly in battles. The interview delves into the visual presentation, mentioning that while the core Grandia style remains, the camera work has shifted. Previous titles had a more top-down or stage play-like view, but Grandia Stream incorporates more TV-like cinematography, including close-ups of characters during certain moments. The page highlights improvements to core systems, showcasing screenshots of the battle system, a scene related to the mana egg system, and the character growth system. The battle system, building on the ultimate action battle foundation, aims for increased density and excitement with diverse enemy actions, and the skill link system, likely referring to Hirameki system. The mana egg system, a staple of the series, is mentioned as being refined, offering more freedom in character magic progression. The growth system is also evolving, linking character development more closely to battle participation, although specific details are kept under wraps. Overall, the focus is on refining and enhancing the established Grandia mechanics for a more intense and engaging gameplay experience. This page continues the interview discussing Grandia Stream and the Grandia series. The conversation touches on the selection of staff for Grandia Stream, emphasizing the importance of creators who understand the unique feel of Grandia, specifically mentioning character designer Kamui Fujiwara and composer Noriyuki Iwadare. The discussion also revisits the series' visual history, noting Grandia's commitment to 3D presentation from the very first game. Additionally, the interview covers the PS2 port of Grandia 2, detailing the significant effort that went into bringing the game to the new hardware and the design philosophy behind it, which aimed to offer flexibility for different playstyles. The page also highlights the return of the popular meal system in Grandia Stream, with a screenshot showing characters gathered for a meal. Another section discusses utilizing the hardware capabilities, linking this to the effort put into the Grandia 2 PS2 port, accompanied by a screenshot of the battle system. This page looks back at Grandia 2, celebrating the upcoming release of the PlayStation 2 version about a year after its debut on the Dreamcast. Following up on the previous page's discussion, it highlights the PS2 port, which promises enhanced visuals for existing cutscenes and adds new movie sequences. The focus here is squarely on the protagonist, Ryudo, delving into his character with a section titled Fight with His Past. It describes his journey from being cynical and distrustful due to past betrayal to learning to trust others through his adventures with Elena and Millennia, ultimately confronting his difficult past and his brother, Melfis. The page features illustrations showing Ryudo's various facial expressions, demonstrating the effort put into conveying his emotions. Screenshots from both the Dreamcast and PS2 versions are included, showcasing key moments from the game, particularly those related to Ryudo's story. There's also a brief data panel for the PS2 version, confirming it's an RPG published by Enix, scheduled for release that winter, with the price yet to be decided. A note on the side warns that those who haven't played the original might encounter spoilers. It's a great retrospective piece for fans, and an introduction for potential new players on PS2.
This text explores Ryudo's return to Garlan, his childhood home, a village of swordsmen scarred by a tragic past. 3 years prior, a devastating event involving Ryudo's older brother, Melfis, shattered the villagers' faith and forced Ryudo to leave. Ryudo's return is met with hostility, as the villagers blame him. Confronting the past on Memory Hill, Ryudo's journey and courage help reignite the village's lost fighting spirit. Initially rejecting him, villager Gata eventually acknowledges their own avoidance and admits that belief and courage were the keys. The page effectively contrasts Garlan's desolation before Ryudo's arrival with its renewed hope after, highlighting the theme of facing one's past to find a better future. The text provides details about Ryudo's brother, Melfis, including his age, height, and weight, further emphasizing the story's emotional core.
This page features a special report on Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy for the PlayStation 2, presenting it as an exhilarating action-adventure. The article highlights the game's beautiful graphics that resemble cartoon animation, responsive controls, and varied action gameplay. Players step into a vast world created by SCE, where they can interact with everything and engage in diverse actions like running, jumping, and swimming to solve mysteries. The story follows Jak, an adventurer in training, and his partner Daxter, who has been transformed into an Otzel. Their journey begins when they encounter strange monsters called lurkers, stemming from the ruins of an ancient precursor civilization scattered across a world previously unknown. The report emphasizes the splendid grand adventure awaiting players, promising lighthearted action and a unique worldview to enjoy. Screenshots showcase various environments and gameplay moments, including combat and exploration. The game data indicates it's a single-player action-adventure title from Sony Computer Entertainment, aiming for a winter 2001 release, and the report notes the game's completion status at 75%. This page continues the coverage of Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy, focusing on the titular duo and their dynamic. It highlights Jak and Daxter as the core of the adventure, describing them as a famous combination. Jak is depicted as the skilled action lead, while Daxter serves as the lively support character, with their interactions resembling a cartoon anime. The page emphasizes the game's responsive controls, stating it's built on the principle that action games are all about the play feel. Jak's movements are noted as not realistic, but highly animated and fun to control, featuring various actions like punching and jumping. There's a section on the Zoomer, a floating bike made from junk used for traversal. The page also features a special announcement about the distribution of a demo version at the Tokyo Game Show 2001 autumn, which covers the game's opening section and offers hours of gameplay, teasing that the full game is vastly larger. Screenshots showcase gameplay, including combat, and using the zoomer. This page previews two unusual titles coming from Sony Computer Entertainment for the PlayStation 2. The first is called Yoke no Mariko, an acting game where you become a character displayed on screen and deliver lines using a microphone, aiming for cool evaluations based on your performance and timing. The reviewer notes, it's a unique game that requires you to act with spirit, saying that a quiet or shy voice will lead to a bad evaluation, and recommends leaning towards overacting. The second game featured is ICO, an action-adventure title set in a vast, ancient castle built into a cliff face. You play as the protagonist escaping the castle and meet a mysterious girl, working together to flee while solving puzzles and fighting off shadowy creatures that pursue her. The article highlights the high degree of freedom in movement and action, describing the puzzle solving as a tactile, nostalgic experience. Both games are slated for release on December 6th and are considered distinctive releases from SCE. This article previews two PlayStation 2 titles. Yoke no Mariko allows players to revisit their acting performances using a replay mode, complete with voice acting, across 6 genres. The game focuses on actress Mariko, who isn't always the main character in each scene. The article then discusses ICO, a game that uses environmental sounds instead of background music to create atmosphere. Gameplay centers on guiding and protecting a girl, incorporating both action and puzzle solving. Visual cues within the environment are crucial for progression. Finally, the article includes messages from Sony. Actress Mariko promotes the karaoke acting game, emphasizing the fun of acting with friends. The promotion team highlights ICO's immersive world, emotional depth, and encourages players to experience it. Both games are slated for a December 6th release. This page is dedicated to the PlayStation 2 fighting game Guilty Gear X Plus, packed with new information. It covers the game's upcoming release and details several of its exciting features. The game data confirms a November 29th release date with standard and limited editions available. It's a 2D fighting game for 12 players. The article highlights that this is a significant release, discussing its transition to the PlayStation 2 platform and aiming to showcase its full appeal. The game's executive producer aimed to create a feeling of exhilaration with this title. Details on the limited edition DX pack are provided, listing 4 special bonuses, including a DVD anime clip exploring the game's world, a crystal figure, a keychain figure of the Pucci 2 version, and a pendant based on Soul's weapon. New gallery mode is detailed as a way to delve into the world of Guilty Gear X by clearing various challenges. Examples include specific combat tasks, allowing players to unlock content like illustrations.
A section focuses on Cliff Anderson, who was playable at a recent event. His powerful overdrive move, Soul Survivor, which involves a ground-based attack, is highlighted. Screenshots showcase the game's intense action, depicting various special moves such as Faust's Hell Stab, a move called Neck Cutter, and others like Rin Hagashi and Saki no Saki. Another image emphasizes performing combos. The visuals reflect the game's signature stylish fighting mechanics.
This page delves deeper into the features of Guilty Gear X Plus. It highlights the expanded story mode, which presents individual character episodes with detailed dialogue scenes, giving players more insight into the game's lore surrounding the bioweapons known as gears. Examples shown are episodes for fan-favorite characters Soul Bad Guy and Milia Rage, detailing their motivations and journeys. The enhanced training mode is also featured, described as significantly powered up and user-friendly for beginners. It includes features like easy dummy control and the ability to record and playback inputs for learning complex combos, which is crucial for mastering this game's mechanics. Additionally, the page covers 2 related topics. First, it mentions the Tokyo Game Show 2001 event, which featured a Guilty Gear Battle Royale using the GGX Plus version, showcasing the game's competitive appeal. Second, it announces the release of the second volume of the Guilty Gear X Drama CD series, expanding the story further with voice actors bringing key character interactions to life. This page highlights the highly anticipated J.League winning 11-5 for PlayStation 2. The latest installment in the globally renowned Pro Evolution Soccer series. It's presented as the ultimate soccer game experience for fans. The article emphasizes that beyond just impressive graphics and realistic player movement, the game focuses on capturing the authentic feel of playing soccer itself. Key features discussed include the immersive season mode, which faithfully replicates the J.League's promotion and relegation system between J1 and J2 divisions, making every match feel crucial. The game also incorporates extensive television-style production elements to enhance the atmosphere, such as live commentary, dynamic crowd reactions, pre-match player introductions with team formations, and highlights shown from various angles after goals and significant moments. This level of detail aims to make players feel like they are watching or participating in a real broadcast. The game is noted to support multiplayer with a PS2 dedicated multi-tap, allowing up to 8 players. Released on October 25th, it was priced at 6,800 yen. This page delves into the strategic depth offered by J.League winning 11-5, emphasizing that soccer isn't just about moving the body, but also thinking with your head. It highlights how the game allows players to experiment with formations and position players strategically, offering 21 basic formations and the ability to edit them freely, granting more flexibility than previous titles. Understanding player individuality is crucial, with detailed data reflecting unique player traits beyond just appearance. Players have both basic and special abilities, influencing their performance on the pitch and making gameplay feel remarkably realistic. The game also features freedom in transfers and player creation, allowing users to customize their teams to reflect real-life roster changes or build their ideal squad. Capturing memorable moments is possible too, with the ability to save goal scenes directly to a memory card to rewatch later. The page also touches upon the broader popularity of Konami's soccer series, particularly the Winning 11 Pro Evolution Soccer titles and their engaging Master League mode. The familiar commentator John Kabira provides enhanced live commentary, adding to the immersive experience. Looking ahead, the next title, tentatively named Winning 11-5 Final Evolution, is already announced with a target release date of December 13th, though details are scarce. Fans could get a taste of the game as it was playable at TGS. This page dives into Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney on the Game Boy Advance, a game that brings the courtroom drama to a wider audience. It starts by outlining the basic system, explaining that the goal is to prove your client's innocence when the real killer is already known. The gameplay is split into 2 parts: the investigation segment, where you gather evidence like a detective, and the court segment, where you use that evidence and cross-examine witnesses to uncover contradictions and lies. Successfully proving innocence requires breaking through witness testimonies by yelling, "Objection!" and pointing out falsehoods. The page features character artwork of Phoenix Wright, Miles Edgeworth, Mia Fey, and Maya Fey, as well as screenshots depicting the intense courtroom battles and the options for investigating. There's also an interview with Shu Takumi, the game's director. He discusses the origin of the project, mentioning it was inspired by an idea he had while working on Dino Crisis. Surprisingly enough, he talks about the decision to make it for the GBA, and the desire to create a game where you could truly feel the satisfaction of cornering the culprit, blending the investigative elements of a mystery with the unique rule-based system of the courtroom. The page also includes a look at some fascinating initial concept art for the game, showing early character designs and a very different title, which is a cool glimpse into the game's development history. This page continues the coverage of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, delving into the game's early episodes and featuring an interview with a key developer. It provides a story digest for the first 2 cases. Episode 1, titled The First Turnabout, introduces rookie defense attorney Phoenix Wright taking on his very first case, defending his childhood friend, Larry Butts, who is accused of murder. The summary highlights Larry's knack for getting into trouble and the strange circumstances of the first witness. Episode 2, Turnabout Sisters, details a murder at the Fay & Co. law offices shortly after Phoenix's first trial. The accused is Maya Fey, the sister of the firm's chief, and Phoenix must defend her, relying on her blood-written name at the scene and a seemingly decisive witness. The episode focuses on finding contradictions in witness testimonies to prove Maya's innocence. The page also features an interview with Atsushi Inaba, the producer from Capcom's 4th development division. Inaba discusses the game's development, emphasizing the goal of making courtroom battles accessible and enjoyable, even for those unfamiliar with legal procedures. He mentions simplifying difficult legal terms and focusing on the dramatic tension of cornering witnesses with contradictions. He expresses confidence in the game's scenario volume and the satisfying gameplay loop of uncovering lies and proving innocence. Finally, there's a brief mention of the game being featured at TGS, Tokyo Game Show, highlighting the cross-examination gameplay as a key element to experience. This page announces the arrival of Street Fighter Alpha 3 on the Game Boy Advance, bringing the latest entry in the acclaimed series to a portable platform. A key highlight is the addition of 3 new fighters making their debut in this version: Maki,
Yun, and Eagle. The page showcases battle screenshots featuring these characters against established fighters like Ryu, Dalsim, Akuma, and Fei Long. The roster is noted to exceed 30 characters. The article also emphasizes the return of the fan-favorite dramatic battle mode. This cooperative mode allows two players to team up against a single, powerful opponent, sharing a single health bar, and can be played with a friend using a link cable. The game was featured and playable at TGS, inviting attendees to experience its deep fighting system. Basic game data confirms a winter release from Capcom. This page features Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, making its debut on the Game Boy Advance. Following its immense popularity on the PlayStation, this title brings the signature skateboarding action to the handheld platform, now arriving in Japan after its success in the US. The game's concept centers around executing a multitude of tricks and linking them into impressive routines, allowing players to express their creativity. The article notes the key expectation for visuals and playability that push the boundaries for a handheld device. A significant highlight is the inclusion of new Japanese skaters for the first time, notably members of the Big Three. Gameplay involves mastering various tricks like grinds, manuals, and flips, chaining them together to build combos. The career mode sees players completing stage objectives and contests to earn prize money, which can be used in the skate shop to purchase boards and improve skills. Aiming to become a top pro skater. Screenshots showcase character and stage selection, the skate shop interface, and dynamic in-game moments capturing the thrill of landing tricks and combos. It promises a faithful portable adaptation of the acclaimed skateboarding simulator. This page highlights Square's upcoming releases for the WonderSwan Color, bringing back beloved titles with new content. The main focus is on Romancing Saga, a port of the first game in the acclaimed RPG series. This version isn't just a simple port. It features the game's signature-free scenario system and includes new scenarios that promise to unravel mysteries left unanswered in the original Super Famicom release, particularly regarding the three evil gods and the Destiny Stones. Screenshots show the familiar pixel art visuals and turn-based battle system. Also featured is Egg Monster Hero, originally Hanjuku Hero, a comical simulation RPG that differentiates itself from traditional RPGs with its real-time combat system, where players issue commands based on enemy movements. This new version adds a large number of egg monsters to aid in battles. A screenshot displays the game's strategic battle view. Finally, Dice de Chocobo is presented, a standalone release of the board game from the PlayStation's Chocobo collection. It features simple rules of acquiring land and reaching goals, enhanced with strategic elements to challenge opponents. A screenshot shows the colorful board game interface with Chocobo characters. The page also notes these games will be available for trial play at the Tokyo Game Show. This page showcases Abarenbu Princess on the PlayStation 2, described as a unique RPG inspired by magical girl anime and jidaigeki period dramas. It features a refreshing feel, focusing on a princess and her team. The game breaks from traditional RPG structures by presenting the story in episodic format, much like a TV show. Each episode involves investigating an incident to uncover the culprit. The player's actions during investigations, including conversations and events, affect the mood of the party members. Information gathering takes place in fully 3D towns and dungeons. Combat is also distinct, occurring only once per scenario against the main culprit. The battle system incorporates character motivation, which influences usable skills, and features tactical elements like counterattacks. The main character is Princess Rouge Victoire, Queen of the Silver Bell Kingdom, who forms a team dedicated to justice. The game boasts a large cast of unique characters brought to life with 3D models, including the player character, Gion. Beyond the game, related novels are also available, expanding the world of Abarenbu Princess. This page features the upcoming game, Utaware Rumono, a new title from Leaf/Aquaplus, the studio behind the popular Dreamcast port of Comic Party. Described as an adventure simulation RPG, the game shifts focus from modern settings to a fantasy world inhabited by demi-humans, who possess animal-like ears and tails and various unique powers. The world itself is characterized by extensive forests and distinct seasonal changes. The story centers around the protagonist, a young man named Hakuoro, who is discovered injured and suffering from amnesia. He is found and cared for by a kind female character, the first person he meets in the village where he awakens. Hakuoro wears a mysterious mask covering his upper face,
and is the central figure in the narrative. The page highlights key aspects, like the unique worldview and the masked protagonist, indicating a story-driven experience with tactical elements.
Building on the studio's reputation established with titles like Comic Party.
While detailed game data like release date and price are listed as TBD, the genre and PC platform, Windows 95/98 SME Japanese version, are confirmed, suggesting an immersive adventure awaits fans of their previous work. This page continues the look at the upcoming adventure simulation RPG, Utaware Rumono, delving deeper into its world and characters. Featured prominently are characters like Eruru and Yuzuha, providing closer views of their designs. The magazine highlights aspects of the game's world, including the distinctive ethnic clothing worn by the characters, noted for its resemblance to traditional Japanese attire. It also discusses the concept of different tribes within the world, emphasizing that inhabitants are distinguished by characteristic animal-like ears and tails. For instance, Eru is described as having features similar to the canine family, while Yuzuha is noted for her cat ears, illustrating the diversity among these groups. Concept art is shown in the image board section, depicting illustrations believed to be of Eruru's village. These sketches reveal architectural styles and glimpses into the villagers' lifestyle, which is compared to that of ancient Japanese people, including depictions of buildings that might be shrines or main residences, and interior spaces with hearths. Finally, the page mentions that the game supports the Peace portable device from Aquaplus. This allows players to enjoy training and ability leveling elements as minigames, connect the device to their PC for software downloads, and transfer the results back to the main game, expanding the gameplay experience beyond the main PC application.
This page introduces Phantom of Inferno, a hard-boiled adventure game known for its dramatic story about contract killers in the world of the mafia. The striking main visual features two intense female characters, one wielding a large revolver, set against a backdrop of action and tension, embodying the game's tagline about fighting through fear, anger, sorrow, and hope. A unique aspect highlighted is that this version of the game is playable on standard DVD players, leveraging features like slideshow and multi-angle views to create an interactive, branching narrative experience. It's described as a new form of game utilizing these DVD video capabilities, with scene divisions and scenario splits. Saving progress is handled via an 8-digit password input, a practical solution for the DVD format. Originating as a PC title, Phantom of Inferno garnered attention for its dark world setting and the gripping tale of young assassins. Published by Digiturbo, the game was scheduled for an October 26th release at 6,800 yen. Limited first print editions were announced to include bonus items like a music CD and a deluxe visual book, with an additional fan CD-ROM for mail-order pre-orders. This page delves deeper into Phantom of Inferno, showcasing its dramatic narrative and character lineup. The central theme asks if you have the resolve to protect those important to you. The story section elaborates on the protagonist, who witnesses a murder by Phantom, loses his memory, and is forced to live as an assassin for the secret organization, Inferno. Taught by the same organization, he learns alongside the girl known as Phantom, who also had her memories erased. Their growing bond unlocks his potential as a killer, and signifies a break from his past. Under Tips, the ruthless world of Inferno is hinted at, featuring an image of characters ready for action. The character profiles introduce key figures in the story, including the enigmatic Ain, voiced by Omi Minami, the complex Claudia McKinnon, Kikuko Inoue, the lively Cal Devens, Satomi Kurogi, the kind Mio Fujieda, Junko Asami, and the mysterious Dre, voiced by. The page also highlights the impressive animation and CG elements used to enhance the experience. As a DVD video release, Phantom of Inferno boasts full voice acting from a stellar cast, bringing the intense story and characters to life. The visuals include striking character portraits, a romantic scene, action shots with weaponry, and a dynamic car image, all reflecting the game's hard-boiled atmosphere. This page is a special exhibition, celebrating the magazine becoming a comprehensive publication, featuring fan art submissions from readers. It showcases a variety of styles and subjects. Among the submitted illustrations are characters easily recognizable from popular fighting games, such as Mai Shiranui and Chun-Li, featured in a collaborative piece by two artists. There's also a detailed rendering of Ivy from the Soul Calibur series, praised for its depiction of materials like metal and leather. Another submission features what appear to be Kyo and potentially Iori from the King of Fighters series,
alongside a comment mentioning Aqua Plus and the desire to see Kyo face off against Soul from Guilty Gear. Other illustrations include a girl with cat ears, a girl with red hair, and a gargoyle-like creature. The accompanying text boxes provide commentary from the artists and reviewers, often noting the techniques used or the subject matter. One comment specifically references the game Phantom of Inferno, expressing a fondness for the boss character, Phantom, and reflecting on the unsettling feeling of encountering such a figure. This section highlights the diverse creative talent within the Dreamcast community and their engagement with various game franchises. This page continues the fan art exhibition, showcasing more diverse submissions from readers. The creativity on display features both original characters and fan favorites from classic games. Highlights include artwork of Sonic and Shadow, with a commentator expressing surprise that they are the same type of creature. There's also a striking illustration of Morrigan from the Darkstalkers series, noted for emphasizing her pose. Gunbird 2 is represented by a lively drawing of Marion, praised for capturing her energetic spirit. Characters from Shikigami no Shiro are also featured, prompting a comparison by the reviewer to The Strongest Gourmet Ghoul. Further illustrations include characters from Space Channel 5 and original designs, ranging from a pajama party scene to a haunting zombie image and other unique concepts. The commentary alongside each piece offers insights into the artist's intentions and the reviewer's reactions, often highlighting specific details or feelings evoked by the art. The bottom section provides guidelines and contact information for readers wishing to submit their own artwork to the magazine. This page features a bi-weekly column by manga artist Izumi Takemoto, titled Growing Up with Various Things. This installment is titled A Certain Day of Anime Indulgence. The artist recounts watching anime on a new 42-inch TV while working. They describe how they saw an anime called Jubei Ninpucho on cable TV, only to realize a few minutes in that it was the Japanese anime Ninja Scroll, which they owned on an imported DVD with a different title. The column highlights the artist's habit of constantly playing DVDs while working, often relying on assistants bringing in various titles. Due to working while facing sideways from the large TV, the artist primarily listens to the anime, sometimes only catching a few minutes of the visuals out of half an hour. They mention watching various anime, like the Akuma-kun movie versions and Bikuriman. The artist expresses a desire for a DVD release of Masked Ninja Aikage and notes that it feels like an era where even obscure anime like Ranbomen are getting DVD box releases, pondering if Aikage will follow suit. The artist muses on the strangeness of getting used to this way of consuming media, essentially only knowing the story despite the video playing, and even considers buying a DVD box of manga Nihonshi if it comes out. This page is an advertisement for the first mini-album by Emiri Motoda, titled Shining Days, released on October 30th, 2001. The album includes the opening theme, Kimi no Mama de, As You Are, and the ending theme, Egao o Misete, Show Me Your Smile, for the Dreamcast software and TV anime adaptation of Comic Party. The album features 7 tracks, including vocal and instrumental versions of the theme songs. The ad also highlights CD extra content with a promotional video for Kimi no Mama de and first press bonuses like a picture label and a character card insert. The FIX Records information section mentions the prior release of Emiri Motoda's debut single, the Comic Party op-ed theme, and the Comic Party original soundtrack, both already available, as well as upcoming English versions of Powder Snow and Adarashi Yokins, scheduled for November release. The advertisement showcases artwork from the Comic Party series, relating the music directly to the popular visual novel game and anime. This page is an announcement for a special 2002 desk calendar, offered as a service to all applicants by Dream Magazine. This is the start of a 3-issue recruitment drive for this unique calendar, which promises many brand new illustrations you won't find anywhere else, showcasing a lineup only Dorimaga could provide. Fans have been waiting, and the decision has been made to produce the special 2002 Dream Magazine desk calendar. It features an abundance of fresh artwork, making it a calendar you can only get here. It's perfectly sized with a clear case, fitting well in any location, and is ideal for managing your schedule in 2002. The calendar features illustrations from a fantastic selection of games, including Soul Calibur 2, Sakura Taisen, Cyber Troopers, Virtual on Force, and Space Channel 5 Part 2, among others. You'll get a different illustration for each of the 12 months. To get your hands on this calendar, simply use the special application form included in the magazine, and pay 400 yen, which includes shipping. Be sure to read the application rules and precautions carefully. The deadline for applications is November 16, 2001, validated by the postmark on that day. Shipping is planned for December 2001. Sample images include charming anime-style art by Yumiko Uekusa and dynamic 3D character art from games like Soul Calibur 2 and Sakura Taisen.
This page features the Reader Submissions Corner and a section on movie recommendations. The reader submissions cover a range of topics, including observations about character names in Shenmue 2, resembling those from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, humorous questions about personal struggles and advice from the magazine staff's character Nezusen, and discussions about online play in Capcom vs. SNK2, specifically mentioning the PSHORYU technique being used by Dreamcast players. There's also a heartfelt submission about a Dreamcast dying and worries about finances, and commentary on current events like mad cow disease, handled with the magazine's characteristic humor. Several readers sent in illustrations congratulating the magazine on its integrated format. The movie section, called Cinemas, provides a ranking of top films based on Tokyo box office data. For the week of September 22-28, 2001, the top movies included Spirited Away, Bridget Jones' Diary, and Rush Hour 2. Additionally, there are reviews for two films. The first is Tomb Raider, the adaptation starring Angelina Jolie as Lara Croft, highlighting its origin from the popular game series and the plot involving ancient artifacts. The second review is for Dracula 2000, noting it's a modern interpretation of the classic vampire story directed by Wes Craven. This page features reader-submitted artwork and a column by a notable game composer. The top section showcases fan art, including striking pieces like a detailed mech design, characters from Phantasy Star Online, and interpretations of characters like Nakuru from the Samurai Showdown series, relevant given the Capcom vs. SNK reference. The accompanying comments praise the art styles and creativity. Below that is the Iwadare Noriyuki World column by Noriyuki Iwadare, the composer known for his work on beloved RPG series such as Grandia and Lunar. In this installment, writing in the context of significant world events, he reflects on the nature of conflict, questioning the necessity of war and the role of battle in games. He expresses his thoughts on humanity, understanding, and the power of imagination to influence change in the world. He also briefly mentions creds of his work, including the music for Grandia 2, available for purchase via phone or online. This page showcases more reader-submitted artwork, featuring characters from various series like Sakura Wars, Chats Noirs, and even Resident Evil, alongside original creations. The comments highlight details like character expressions and design quality. Below the fan art is a section recommending books. It features a novel titled Doomsday Night of Judgment, described as a splatstick sci-fi story about aliens attacking a rural American town, with military elements reminiscent of kill slogans. There's also a review for The World of Absurd Books R, which introduces unusual titles, including some hinting at conspiracy theories or strange phenomena. Finally, a ranking table lists various titles, likely games, strategy guides, and related media, along with their prices and vendors, offering readers suggestions for recent releases and popular items. This page features a collection of reader-submitted artwork and commentary, continuing the magazine's engagement with its audience. The top section includes various humorous sketches and short comics, depicting characters that resemble icons from fighting games like Street Fighter, alongside Nintendo's Mario and Luigi, and potentially other series. These submissions often make light-hearted observations about games, characters, or life in general, with captions indicating the contributor's prefecture and name. One panel playfully discusses Doraemon, while others seem to reference specific game mechanics or character traits, like a pointy-head character often associated with martial arts games, or the potential dangers of a shiny floor. Below the fan art is a column by Koji Hayama titled Koji Hayama's Hammer Character Slash. In this installment, he discusses the topic of rental games. He reflects on user feedback regarding the seemingly high price of game software compared to other entertainment media like music or movies, which often have rental or robust second-hand markets. Hayama delves into why the video game industry hasn't fully embraced rentals, touching upon issues like copyright and the complexity of establishing such systems, especially for smaller developers. He questions whether something can be done to make games more accessible. The column is accompanied by a photo of Hayama himself. A sidebar provides the URL for his homepage. This page kicks off with a section dedicated to reader submissions, featuring fan art that looks like entries for character or corner name ideas, many with a distinct fighting game vibe reminiscent of Samurai Showdown, with attack names like Whirlwind Gale / referenced. Submissions hail from various prefectures across Japan, showcasing the creativity of the magazine's audience. Below that is a feature explicitly titled Shenmue 666 Chapter, confirming the game's continued presence and discussion within the magazine. An illustration shows Ryo Hazuki, and likely Lan Dai, and the text speculates about potential future versions of Shenmue, mentioning possibilities like a director's cut or special edition. It's clear the game was a hot topic, and fans were eager for more. The bottom section is a guide to new music CED releases, covering various artists like Do Is Infinity and Tumix. These aren't game soundtracks, but they feature artists likely popular with the magazine's readership, providing a look at the wider entertainment scene alongside gaming. This magazine features columns dedicated to reader interaction and gaming. Leave It to Hagi sees the editor discussing his career, including the rewards and challenges. I Had Such a Dream features reader-submitted dreams with abstract illustrations. Pion's Net Game Go covers online Dreamcast games, previewing Sakura Wars Online, and sharing reader experiences with Phantasy Star Online, including a unique encounter. Searching for that game assists readers in identifying forgotten games by analyzing descriptions. Examples include requests for early 80s games, Phantasy Star 2 tips, information on Shining Force, and a Game Boy game with robotic characters. This final section reflects the nostalgia and passion gamers have for rediscovering their past. This page features several reader interaction corners and columns. The top section includes Game Character Indiscriminate Staredown, where readers submit pairings of characters or concepts, like a Sakura Taisen character versus a grandmother, or a Sonic the Hedgehog character. Beside this is Machi Combo Una and Tetsu's Game Fusion, where writers combine game or concept titles, such as merging Ninja Gaiden 2i and Devil May Cry, or Shenmue 2 with aerodancing, discussing the humorous or interesting results. The lower half of the page features the Love Sega Karaoke section, a significant focus on adding game music to Sega's karaoke service. Readers submit requests for their favorite game tracks. Notable requests discussed include songs from Dragon Quest II, Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy Version 2 Eyes, and Vandal Hearts. It's announced that a song from the game Machi, the City, will be added to Sega Kara. There are also various other reader columns, like a manga corner, a prediction section, and Q, and a segments addressing reader submissions and general queries about games and the magazine. Finally, there's a brief mention of a promotion offering a Sega Kara unit as a prize. This page continues with more reader-submitted content and a recurring column. At the top, the Freely Copywriter section features readers submitting creative taglines or short descriptions for various games. Submissions here cover titles like Power Pro's Baseball Dreamcast Edition, Super Robot Wars Alpha, Project Justice, Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning?, Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love, Maidens, Tekken 4, mentioned in a submission, and Dead or Alive 2. Some submissions offer humorous or insightful takes on these titles. Below this, there's a guide to the various reader submission corners in the magazine, and detailed rules for submitting illustrations and texts, including required formats and sizes. A points ranking lists readers based on their accumulated points from submissions. A prominent section in the lower half is Minami Omi's Open Sesame, a column by the voice actress Minami Omi, featuring a photo of her. She shares personal anecdotes and thoughts, reflecting on the changing seasons and recent experiences, including playing games. A small accompanying box titled Together with Ama-chan seems to add a short, personal note. The Tokyo Game Show 2001 Autumn, held at Makuhari Messe from October 12th to 14th, was a major event for Japanese game enthusiasts. Hall 7 hosted a daily schedule of events, with guest appearances from companies like Konami, MediaWorks, and Yamaha. The show featured a dangerous creator talk battle with game developers. An exhibition hall map guided visitors to booths from companies like Atlus, Enix, Capcom, Square, and Sony. Featured titles spanned multiple platforms, including PlayStation 2, PC, and Game Boy Advance. Notable games showcased were Square's Kingdom Hearts and Romancing Saga, Konami's Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Tecmo's Dead or Alive 3,
and Namco's Xenosaga Episode 1. The event displayed a diverse range of genres and anticipated titles, marking the evolving gaming landscape. This page dives into the packed event schedules at various company booths during the Tokyo Game Show 2001 autumn. Sega's booth was buzzing with stage events featuring major titles like the upcoming Jet Set Radio Future for Xbox, Rez, and Space Channel 5 from United Game Artists, Virtua Fighter 4 showcasing its PS2 development, and Sakura Wars 4. Producer appearances and reveals kept fans engaged throughout the weekend, with a detailed schedule provided for each day. Capcom highlighted Onimusha 2 and Maximo with stage presentations, including insights from producer Keiji Inafune. They also hosted competitive fighting game tournaments for Capcom vs SNK 2, offering a path to the national finals. Other booths also featured events, such as Taito focusing on their game Rakugaki Kingdom with guest appearances, Genki hosting talk shows and Race Queen photo sessions, and Kadokawa Shootin' promoting titles like Borin Bow Princess. Enix showcased a playable demo of their PC online RPG, Depth Fantasia. Beyond the stages, merchandise booths were a major draw. Alchemists offered limited edition character goods sets, including unique can designs featuring game artwork. SoftBank Publishing sold posters, including beautiful large B2 size illustrations by Shigeru Matsubara, and highlighted that some items were also available online. Images on the page include character art from various games, merchandise examples like the character cans and bags, and photos of guests during talk shows and photo sessions. This page is the official guidebook for Sega's presence at the Tokyo Game Show 2001 autumn. The cover features prominent "Take-Off" text and the iconic blue Sega logo with a registered trademark symbol. Below the logo, it clearly states, Tokyo Game Show 2001 Autumn Official Guidebook. The background depicts a blurry, atmospheric scene resembling an airport runway lit by guiding lights, hinting at the Take-Off theme and perhaps the idea of launching new games or directions. This guidebook would have provided attendees with information about Sega's booth, playable demos, stage events, merchandise, and everything they needed to navigate Sega's offerings at the show that year. Given the context of the Tokyo Game Show 2001 autumn, Sega was showcasing its multi-platform strategy, including titles for Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, GameCube, and the upcoming Xbox, making this a pivotal guide for fans to understand their diverse lineup. Sega's multi-platform declaration highlights their commitment to delivering high-quality software on various platforms. Emphasizing their history of innovation and technical expertise, Sega aims to become a leading content provider. 10 internal development groups are responsible for this diverse software lineup. These studios include Amusement Vision, Super Monkey Ball, WoW Entertainment, The House of the Dead, Segam 2, Virtua Fighter, Shenmue, Hitmaker, Crazy Taxi, Virtua Tennis, Sega Rosso, Sega Rally, Smilebit, Jet Set Radio, Panzer Dragoon Orta, Overworks, Sakura Wars, Sonic Team, Sonic the Hedgehog, Phantasy Star Online, United Game Artists, Space Channel 5, Rez, and Wavemaster, Romania number 203. Each studio's key representatives are showcased alongside their logos. Sega is presenting a unified front, leveraging the strengths of these talented groups to deliver a diverse and exciting lineup. This page gives us a look at the Sega Airport exhibit booth, a fantastic showcase of Sega's presence across various platforms, building on their recent multi-platform strategy. The layout details different zones dedicated to specific consoles and titles. You could check out Phantasy Star Online and Virtua Striker on GameCube, sample portable titles on Game Boy Advance, and experience the latest on Dreamcast with the new Shiren, the Wanderer Gaiden, and Virtua Tennis 2. The Xbox corner featured Jet Set Radio Future, Sega GT 2002, and Gun Valkyrie, while PlayStation 2 hosted ports like Virtua Fighter 4, Crazy Taxi, and Space Channel 5. Sonic fans weren't left out, with a dedicated area showing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and Sonic Advance across different consoles, and Phantasy Star Online was also available on PC. Beyond the demos, the page highlights an impressive lineup of stage events. DJ Professor K was set to appear for Jet Set Radio Future. II from Super Monkey Ball would cheer on the crowd, and a developer showdown featuring Yu Suzuki for Virtua Fighter 4 promised excitement. Sakura Wars fans could look forward to voice actors and the producers sharing the latest news, while Tetsuya Mizuguchi presented the unique worlds of Rez and Space Channel 5. This exhibit clearly demonstrated Sega's commitment to high-quality software and exciting fan experiences across the board. This page highlights Phantasy Star Online, focusing on its upcoming release for the Nintendo GameCube and PC. The main image features vibrant character artwork from the game, showcasing various classes and races gathered around a central figure. A message from Takao Miyoshi of Sonic Team confirms the PC version is a complete port of Phantasy Star Online Verpoint 2, developed with support for 7 languages to appeal to a global audience. He also reveals that the GameCube version is currently deep in development and will incorporate new elements, encouraging players to anticipate its release. This page reinforces Sega's multi-platform strategy showcased at the event, bringing this popular online RPG to more players.
This page continues the focus on Phantasy Star Online, providing more details on its expansion to new platforms. It confirms the popular online RPG, which already boasted 300,000 registered players worldwide, is coming to both the Nintendo GameCube and PC. The GameCube version, currently with a tentative release date, is highlighted for its network play enabling cooperation with players globally. Uniquely, it will also feature offline split-screen play for up to 4 players, alongside the addition of new characters and other elements not found in the original Dreamcast release, promising fresh experiences for veterans. Meanwhile, the PC version is confirmed for a winter release. This port is based on Phantasy Star Online Verpoint 2, featuring a complete recreation of that game. It significantly expands language support, adding traditional and simplified Chinese and Korean to the existing 5 languages: Japanese, English, French, German, and Spanish, facilitated by the automatic translation system, Word Select. The PC version also boasts graphical enhancements, like improved lighting and reduced clipping, resulting in a more beautiful and realistic visual presentation. Screenshots across the page showcase diverse environments, intense battles against iconic enemies like the Sii Dragon and Buma, and social interactions using the translation system. Both versions aim to bring the expansive world of Phantasy Star Online to a wider audience. This page showcases Virtua Fighter 4, the latest evolution in the landmark fighting game series. After proving a massive hit in arcades, this highly anticipated title is coming to PlayStation 2. Virtua Fighter 4 refines its core mechanics, returning to an accessible 3-button control scheme while adding sophisticated defensive options that allow for deep, strategic confrontations. The page introduces 2 exciting new characters entering the fray. Vanessa Lewis is presented as a fierce female competitor who employs a unique mix of Muay Thai and Veil Tudu fighting styles. Also joining the roster is Lei Fei, a master of the historical Chinese martial art Shaolin Kung Fu, promising complex and unique techniques. A message from Sega 2's executive director, Yu Suzuki, highlights that the game was designed to be welcoming for newcomers, while still offering the depth that Virtua Fighter is known for, encouraging players to hone their skills on the console release. This page showcases the returning roster for Virtua Fighter 4, featuring the 11 formidable fighters familiar from Virtua Fighter 3 TB. The large text in the center declares 13 Virtua Fighter warriors, and sets the scene as "The battlefield is your home." It further clarifies that these are the 11 fighters who welcome the 2 new characters, referring to Vanessa and Lei Fei, introduced in Virtua Fighter 4. Each returning character, including icons like Akira Yuki, Pai Chan, Lao Chan, and Jackie Bryant, is presented with a portrait, a screenshot from Virtua Fighter 3 TB, and a brief description of their signature style and traits, from Akira's powerful Baji Quan to Asayo's defensive Aikido and Kagemaru's nimble ninjutsu. The page highlights that these returning characters have been significantly powered up and received new techniques for their appearance in Virtua Fighter 4. This page features the highly anticipated synesthetic shooter Rez, confirmed for release on both PlayStation 2 and Dreamcast on November 22, 2001. It highlights the game's unique focus on immersing players in a world where shooting enemies creates music, visuals react to sound, and vibration enhances the experience like never before. The text emphasizes the visceral nature of the gameplay, directly appealing to instinct as players get lost in the rhythmic action. Prominently displayed is the game's iconic tagline, "Feel it, don't think." The page also includes comments from Jun Kobayashi, the director of Rez from United Game Artists, who discusses the development team's dedication to exploring the pleasure of sound in games, and how Rez, with its linked vibration and music, is the culmination of that research, inviting players to become fully absorbed. The Dreamcast version will support the Puru Puru Pack vibration, while the PS2 version is noted to include the special trance vibrator peripheral.
This page is all about the return of the grooviest reporter in the galaxy. Space Channel 5 Part 2 is featured prominently, set for release in spring 2002 on both PlayStation 2 and Dreamcast. This sequel promises Ula returning, powered up and ready to dance, battle, gather, and perform. While keeping the simple controls, the game expands its variations in gameplay and music. Expect the return of familiar faces alongside exciting new characters, all wrapped up in a grand drama involving a mysterious shadow targeting Ulala. This second story is poised to be full of excitement and emotion. Additionally, the original Space Channel 5 masterpiece is confirmed for a complete port to PlayStation 2, allowing more players to experience Ula's memorable debut. Beyond the main games, Ula is also breaking into mobile. There's a tie-in report about a J-phone app where Ula notifies you of incoming mail, hinting at engaging with players even outside the console. Featured prominently is a comment from Yumiko Miyabe, the director for Space Channel 5 Part 2 at United Game Artists. She excitedly announces the game is finally ready, and looks forward to Ula dancing with everyone again. She describes it as an incredible game, unlike anything seen before, developed with a happy spirit, aiming to spread the game's hot love and soul across the universe. Screenshots show Ula and other characters in action during gameplay. This page showcases upcoming titles for the PlayStation 2, highlighting cutting-edge 3D technology and development prowess. Featured prominently is the highly anticipated release of Crazy Taxi on PS2, following its success in arcades and on the Dreamcast. This wild driving action game is set to tear up the streets on Sony's console. Players step into the shoes of a taxi driver in a vibrant West Coast city, picking up customers and delivering them to their destinations as quickly and stylishly as possible, all while grooving to a killer punk soundtrack. The simple rules allow for endless fun, whether you're aiming for speed, score, or just pure chaotic enjoyment. It's scheduled for release on November 22, 2001. Screenshots show the iconic gameplay view and the diverse cast of crazy drivers. Also featured is Le Mans 24 Hours, a racing simulation aiming to fully recreate the legendary endurance race. This game promises over 70 different racing cars and an impressive 24-hour play mode, allowing players to experience the intensity of the real event. It's a racing game designed to be true to the tradition of this grueling race. Scheduled for an early spring 2002 release, it will support the GT4 steering wheel for an authentic feel. Screenshots display the detailed race cars and track environments. This page dives into a new era of gaming possibilities on PlayStation 2, showcasing some unique titles coming in spring 2002. Front and center is Sakatsuku 2002. Let's make a J-League Pro Soccer Club. This isn't just a sports game. It's a deep management simulation where you take on the role of a club manager aiming for dominance in the J-League and beyond. Leveraging the power of the PS2, the game promises beautifully rendered, smooth match scenes and integrates the latest J.League calendar. Screenshots highlight the dynamic match camera, the strategic management interface with its miniature pitch setup, and even a glimpse into the game's news segments featuring a prominent female character. It's all about building your dream team and leading them to victory. Further down we see Switch, described as a gag adventure. The premise involves controlling a mother computer and finding the right switch to save the world, with comical consequences for failure. The screenshot of the game's title screen reveals a distinct, whimsical art style packed with quirky characters. Finally, there's Romania number 203, a truly unique life intervention simulation. Here, you play as a divine being, observing and subtly altering the life of a clumsy college student. It's a voyeuristic experience where you pull off minor pranks to influence his destiny. The game is also noted to support the Pocket Station. Screenshots show the student's rather ordinary apartment room, where all the divine meddling takes place. This page celebrates Sonic's 10th anniversary, marking a significant moment as the iconic hedgehog expands beyond Sega's own hardware. Having raced through titles on the Mega Drive, Game Gear, Sega Saturn, and Dreamcast, Sonic is now making a grand entrance onto the Nintendo GameCube and Game Boy Advance platforms. The main focus is on Sonic Adventure 2 Battle for the Nintendo GameCube, slated for release on December 20, 2001. This title is highlighted as a high-speed 3D action game that supports 12 players and even connectivity with the Game Boy Advance via a cable. The game pits the legendary hero Sonic against his enigmatic rival Shadow in an epic conflict. Players will navigate various stages, from bustling cities to dense jungles, as Sonic and his friends, Tails, Knuckles, and rivals, drive Eggman, Shadow, Rouge, tackle new challenges, including escaping a military prison, searching for the Master Emerald, and even raising KO creatures. Content emphasizes the thrilling high-speed battles between the main characters, divided into hero and dark sides, and notes that the two-player battle mode is particularly exciting, offering various match types including head-to-head races and shooting challenges. Screenshots depict the high-speed action and potentially the KO garden or kart racing elements. This page shifts focus to Sonic's debut on the Game Boy Advance, with Sonic Advance. Set for a December 20, 2001 release, this title brings the classic high-speed 2D platforming action that fans know and love to the handheld. You'll once again dash through vibrant stages as Sonic, alongside his trusty companions, Tails and Knuckles, and the formidable Amy, each showcasing their signature moves. Sonic Advance supports 1 to 4 players, allowing for competitive races and challenges using the GBA link cable. A key feature is the connectivity with the GameCube version, enabling players to transfer and interact with their KO raised in Sonic Advance, with the KO garden in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. The screenshots display the familiar side-scrolling gameplay, featuring Sonic speeding through levels and engaging with enemies. A comment from Yuji Naka, head of Sonic Team, is included, celebrating Sonic's 10th anniversary. He expresses excitement about bringing 2 major new titles to fans to mark the occasion, Sonic Advance for GBA and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle for GameCube, emphasizing the high quality of both games. It's clear Sega is making a strong push onto Nintendo hardware with these releases, ensuring Sonic's legacy continues on new platforms. This page features the highly anticipated Virtua Striker 3v.2002. Bringing the acclaimed arcade soccer simulation to the Nintendo GameCube. Scheduled for release in early spring 2002, this title builds upon the successful arcade version, evolving for home console play with enhanced features. The core gameplay retains the simple yet responsive controls and realistic movement that define the series. This GameCube version adds substantial original modes, including a Road to International Cup mode, where you guide a chosen nation through training and matches to win the World Championship. The game boasts an impressive scale with over 1,400 registered players from 64 participating countries. Beyond the main mode, expect tournament and league play, plus an edit mode for customizing team details. The screenshots display the game's detailed player models, stadium environments, and the tactical depth offered through formation options. Virtua Striker 3v.2002 looks set to deliver the intense, realistic soccer action fans crave. This page highlights upcoming games for GameCube and Game Boy Advance. Super Monkey Ball, a puzzle game, is already available, offering various modes and multiplayer options. Pro Yaku Team, wo Tsukuru Advance, a baseball team simulation, is coming to GBA in spring 2002, with link cable support for team management. Mina de Puyo Puyo, an action puzzle game for GBA, released in October 2001, features vibrant visuals and multiplayer battles via link cable. Column's Crown, another GBA puzzle game, arrived in December 2001, also supporting link cable battles. The Pinball of the Dead, a pinball adaptation of the House of the Dead, is slated for GBA in spring 2002. Finally, Shining Soul, a communication RPG for GBA arriving in spring 2002, supports up to 4 players simultaneously. This page showcases Sega's push into development for the Xbox platform, emphasizing titles being created to utilize the console's capabilities to the fullest. The main highlight is Jet Set Radio Future, the highly anticipated sequel to the beloved Dreamcast title. The page features striking cel-shaded art of a character, and screenshots demonstrating the vibrant urban environments and signature graffiti action gameplay. It's described as a street action adventure game for 1 to 4 players. At the time of this publication, featured from Tokyo Game Show 2001 Autumn, the release date and price were still undecided. This page continues the excitement around Sega's Xbox lineup, focusing heavily on the highly anticipated sequel, Jet Set Radio Future. The main header proclaims action game and highlights Future City Tokyo, emphasizing the vibrant urban setting. Large text declares, "Those guys are back again," referring to the colorful graffiti tagging skaters. The article details how the game builds upon the foundation of the beloved Dreamcast original, bringing its stylish, high-octane action to the Xbox, with enhanced graphics that fully utilize the console's power. New adventure elements are added, promising deeper encounters and a more robust story alongside the signature street skating and graffiti gameplay. Screenshots showcase the game's distinctive cel-shaded visuals, dynamic action sequences, and detailed city environments. The page also features a section welcoming readers to the Sega booth, including a photo and comment from the director, Masayoshi Kikuchi of Smilebit. He describes the game as something purely exciting, not merely a sequel, but a whole new experience designed to make players feel exhilarated just by watching or playing. He urges both fans and newcomers to check out the future city of Tokyo and get hyped. The iconic Jet Set Radio Future logo is also prominently displayed. This page showcases two highly anticipated Sega titles heading to the Xbox. The top section is dedicated to Gun Valkyrie, Smilebit's original SF action shooting game. It takes players to the alien planet Tirnanog, overrun by enigmatic insect-like creatures. The core gameplay highlights the use of the Xbox controller's dual analog sticks, providing independent control for movement and aiming, allowing for incredibly fluid and high-freedom combat. The visuals feature striking character art of the protagonists, Kelly O'Connell and Saburo Togusa, alongside gameplay screenshots showing the intense action. It's presented as an exhilarating experience, challenging players to uncover the planet's mysteries. Below, we see Sega GT 2002, the latest evolution of the Sega GT racing series coming to Xbox. This driving game emphasizes automotive tradition and legacy, featuring a wide range of cars from the latest high-performance models to revered classics, all rendered with impressive graphics. Described as a true dream battle that transcends generations, the game promises overwhelming visuals and the satisfaction of building a history with your favorite cars in the garage after each race. Screenshots showcase various iconic Japanese sports cars on diverse tracks and in a garage setting, including models like the Skyline GTR and RX-7. Both games are listed as having their release date and price undecided at this time. This page focuses on a variety of games available for Sega PC, showcasing titles that range from typing tutors to simulation and RPGs. Highlighting the typing genre, we see two versions of the Typing of the Dead.
The standard PC version is featured alongside a newer US edition.
The US edition is noted for its significantly higher difficulty, requiring players to type not just words, but also punctuation and special keys while battling hordes of zombies. Screenshots demonstrate the game's signature style, comparing the prompts in Japanese and English versions over grotesque enemies. Another typing game is Typing Space Harrier, which reimagines the classic arcade shooter as a typing challenge, where accurate typing is key to survival and progression. Moving to strategy and role-playing, the page presents Advanced Strategy 2001, a detailed World War II simulation focusing on the German Empire, now featuring the long-awaited Japanese Army scenario for deeper what-if scenarios. A screenshot shows a tank unit on a strategic map. Finally, the expansion pack Baldur's Gate 2, Throne of Bhaal, is showcased for RPG fans, adding new content like professions and monsters to the acclaimed fantasy adventure. A screenshot displays the isometric view of a character party. This page delves into the ever-expanding universe of Sakura Wars, showcasing two distinct new titles for different platforms. Featured prominently is Sakura Wars GB2, the Thunderbolt operation for the Game Boy Color, presented as a dramatic RPG. Players are recruited into the Imperial Combat Review to investigate mysterious energy spikes emanating from the airborne battleship Mikasa, searching for powerful artifacts and solving mysteries while piloting the series' iconic mechs, the Kubu. This entry promises dungeon crawling and RPG mechanics within the established Sakura Wars lore, with a release date set for December 6, 2001. The main focus, however, is on Sakura Wars Online for the Dreamcast, scheduled for release on December 20, 2001. This is a full-scale online game offering two versions, one set in the imperial capital, Tokyo, and another in Paris, catering to fans of either branch of the Combat Review. Players can immerse themselves in the daily life of these vibrant cities, interacting with the beloved characters, including the chance to go on dates. Beyond social interaction, the game features various competitive minigames like Hanafuda, poker, and mahjong that can be played against other players and characters. The familiar Lips dialogue system makes a return, ensuring that player choices impact relationships and influence the online experience. It's positioned as a way for fans to truly live within the world of Sakura Wars and connect with others online. The page emphasizes that the world of Sakura Wars is still expanding with these new releases. This page unveils the highly anticipated grand finale for the Sakura Wars series on Dreamcast, Sakura Wars 4, Fall in Love, Maidens, slated for a spring 2002 release. Positioned as the final installment in the Dreamcast lineage, this dramatic adventure unites characters from both the Imperial capital and Paris combat reviews. The page also emphasizes the broader expansion of the Sakura Wars franchise across various media. Building upon releases like the Game Boy Color title and the online game, it announces the premiere of Sakura Wars, the movie, set for December 22nd, marking a significant cinematic debut for the series. Producer Hiroshi Oba shares insights, welcoming fans, and discussing the projects, including how the online game facilitates fan interaction. Mobile content for iMode users is also highlighted, offering additional ways for fans to engage with the world. This page delves into the online world of Guru Guru on Sen 2, a game centered around communication and playing various card and board games in a lively hot spring resort setting. It highlights the ability to create your own avatar and connect with friends online. The game features 4 distinct mini-games to enjoy: Mahjong, Uno, Poker, and the unique in-game original Hot Spring Investigation Department. The core innovation discussed is the Open Dice system, a groundbreaking platform designed for seamless cross-platform play and communication. This allows players on Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, and PC to connect and interact, breaking down traditional console barriers. Notably, this system also supports Sakura Wars Online, linking it to the online ecosystem featured on the previous page. The game's focus is clearly on building online communities and enjoying social gaming experiences. The producer, Takatsugu Uryu from Overworks, emphasizes the philosophy of designing games specifically for the online environment, aiming to make every user feel like the protagonist in an online theme park. The Dreamcast version is already released, with PS2 and PC versions planned to follow soon, expanding the reach of this interconnected world. This page features several upcoming and released Dreamcast titles, highlighting the console's diverse library. The main focus is on Virtua Tennis 2, the highly anticipated sequel to the popular tennis game. Described as changing the history of tennis games, it promises simple yet strategic gameplay, with deep tactics and spectacular super plays. A major addition is the inclusion of female players, with 8 new athletes appearing, alongside the ability to enjoy mixed doubles matches. The page prominently features screenshots and character models of real-life tennis stars like Venus and Serena Williams. Further down, the page previews a few other titles. Ryoko Inui Last Scene is presented as an adventure game focusing on a fan disc concept with interactive elements like a chat room and fortune-telling. If It Happens is an interactive drama set in a mysterious hotel, promising a story filled with horror, danger, and madness across multiple short scenarios. Candy Stripe is a romance-adventure game, where the player takes on the role of a resident doctor navigating relationships in a hospital setting. Finally, the SNK Best Buy series offers a re-release of The Last Blade 2 Final Edition, a fighting game known for its distinct sword styles and various game modes, available at a reasonable price. This page focuses on the Dreamcast title, Mystery Dungeon. Shirin the Wanderer Gaiden, swordswoman Asuka arrives. Presented as a new entry in the acclaimed Mystery Dungeon series, known as That RPG You Can Play 1,000 Times, for its high replayability, this installment brings the roguelike dungeon crawling experience to the Dreamcast. The game features Asuka, the swordswoman who appeared in Shirin the Wanderer 2, as the main protagonist. Players will explore randomly generated dungeons filled with unique monsters and items, engaging in thrilling turn-based combat and exploration. The page also highlights a wealth of story events that unfold in the town between dungeon delves, featuring interactions with various characters and leading Asuka on a grand adventure after separating from Shirin. Screenshots showcase both the dungeon gameplay and the town segments, alongside a prominent illustration of Asuka and her companion, Koppa. This dungeon RPG promises a fresh take on the series for Dreamcast players. This page features a look at several upcoming and recently released games across various genres for the Dreamcast. The top section showcases 2 J.League soccer titles. Saskatsuku Tokudai 2 is the latest entry in the popular club management simulation series, allowing players to build and manage their own J.League team with updated data. Alongside it is J.League Spectacle Soccer, placeholder name, presented as a more action-oriented soccer game focusing on intuitive controls and exciting gameplay, allowing players to compete with official J.League teams and even transfer their created team from Saskatsuku. Screenshots display both the strategic management interface and the on-field action. Below, the page previews several other titles. Sentimental Prelude is highlighted as a romance-adventure game featuring distinct anime character designs. D+Vine, ported from PC, is an action RPG where players explore real-time dungeons, develop their character, and collect items. Tako no Marine, placeholder name, appears to be a thinking-type puzzle game centered around a unique octopus character. Finally, Tentama First Sunnyside is another romance-adventure game, described as featuring significantly improved artwork and a story involving angels. Each game is accompanied by character art or screenshots showing their visual style and genre. This page highlights upcoming and recent Dreamcast titles, showcasing a range of genres. Adventure games include 2121, a murder mystery with branching narratives, and Niju Cage, a historical title with psychological depth. Romance simulation Dusukai again explores evolving relationships.
Prism Heart is a simulation game, ported from PC. Other titles feature unique gameplay. Oko Yume no Tatsujin offers minigame action, while Bomber Heihei focuses on building demolition. RPG fans can enjoy Atelier Marie and Ellie, The Alchemists of Salzburg 1 and 2, bringing the Alchemy series to the console, and Mystery Fukagyaku Sekai no Tante Shinshi, a detective adventure game. Finally, Lil Thurb Lil Harp presents a puzzle experience, and Ring Age is an online action RPG with competitive features. The page provides visuals for each game, offering a glimpse into their gameplay. This page dives into Sega's exciting world of mobile gaming, showcasing their diverse offerings across different platforms like iMode and JPhone. Under Sega Mode for iMode, the focus is on original content and popular franchises. Sonic Cafe offers a variety of minigames, while NTT Docomo's iMode apps bring classic Sega arcade experiences like Puyo Puyo, Doki Doki Penguin Land, and the iconic Sonic the Hedgehog to your phone. Beyond games, NTT Docomo iMode content provides information and communication services, featuring educational English lessons, Cool English, virtual sumo wrestling, The Sumo, and a unique title about communicating with aliens, Uchujinda. There's even mention of content related to Sakura Taisen. For JPhone users, Sega Parade acts as a central game portal. The JPhone Java apps are particularly noteworthy, adapting beloved Sega Ages titles like Typing Jet, Columns Jr., Puyo Puyo, and Monaco GP for mobile play, alongside unique action games like Hanabi Fight, and a game featuring characters similar to Patapon. Finally, WoW Entertainment, the studio known for the House of the Dead, is highlighted for their mobile developments. They offer a wide array of sports games for JPhone Java, including tennis, fishing, snowboarding, golf, baseball, and soccer, bringing realistic simulation and character development to the mobile platform. The page emphasizes that these mobile titles are packed with fun and accessible anywhere. This page is primarily a comprehensive list of credits and copyright information for a wide variety of Sega-related games and projects across different platforms. It showcases titles released or associated with Sega during this period, ranging from major Dreamcast hits like Phantasy Star Online, Crazy Taxi, Virtua Fighter 4, and Baldur's Gate 2, Throne of Bhaal, to games on other consoles like Sonic Advance and Jet Set Radio Future, and even titles mentioned on the previous page focusing on mobile platforms and other initiatives such as the various sports games and the Typing of the Dead series. The list includes development teams like Sonic Team, Smilebit, WoW Entertainment, and external partners, indicating the breadth of Sega's involvement in the industry. Beyond the game credits, the bottom of the page provides customer support contact information for Dreamcast, PAC, and general inquiries, along with legal disclaimers regarding trademarks of Sega and other companies like Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft, as well as notes on content accuracy and pricing. It serves as a formal acknowledgement of the creators and partners involved in Sega's diverse portfolio. The next page features promotional material for 2 game guidebooks published by SoftBank Publishing. The first is the Comic Party Strategy Fanbook, a 160-page guide that teaches players the basics of succeeding in the doujinshi world, provides character-specific strategy advice, and includes interviews with 9 voice actresses. It also comes with a poster featuring the cover illustration, and there's a chance to win a signed board from a heroine's voice actress. The second guide is the Canaria, Placing These Feelings into a Song Official Complete Guide, a 104-page book promising to include all event CGS. It offers charts detailing event timing and conditions, includes strategy for the Dreamcast original character Hoshino Mai, and features a detailed schedule table. An original postcard is included as a bonus. Both books are currently on sale. The page also provides SoftBank Publishing's website for book inquiries. This page celebrates the completion of the comic book. Sega's games are the best in the world. To Doridori Kyasuko-san.
a sequel that brings back popular characters and introduces new ones like Initial Lot 3rd General and Mr. X. The illustration is a vibrant and chaotic depiction, seemingly a satirical take on the game industry, with characters representing different consoles clashing. The comic itself is packed with content, including a manga by Samushin Sensei, a look at the Segaichi game card feature, and a futuristic interview. The page emphasizes the fun and turbulent nature of the game industry, as viewed through the lens of this comedic series. This page celebrates the completion of the second volume of the manga series, Segaichi Dorimaga-san, featuring illustrations and commentary by Samushin Yoshimatsu. The editor issues a tongue-in-cheek apology, admitting they were too wicked for only including 3 cards per book when there are 4 types in total, and they have now repented. This implies the cards are part of a collectible system or game, and getting a complete set requires buying multiple copies. The comic panel shows the author's character and others, including a character resembling the Sega Saturn, marked 32, discussing the new volume and the card distribution. They react with surprise, and even call the limited card inclusion wicked, humorously highlighting the frustration collector's face. There's also a joke about a scandalous Naomi Sisters underwear insert card, a clear nod to Sega's Naomi arcade hardware, and possibly games associated with it like Dead or Alive Stream Beach Volleyball. The page concludes with the author character expressing gratitude to the readers for their support. It's a lighthearted look at the economics of collectible tines and the journey of completing a manga series. This page features the 5th part of a future interview with acclaimed manga artist Samushin Yoshimatsu, looking back at his 2001 collected work, Doridori Kyasuko-san. The interview delves into the creation of this book, which the artist considers his most memorable among the many volumes in his Kyasuko series. Yoshimatsu recounts the challenging production environment, including intense deadlines, lack of sleep, and an editor who constantly pushed for extra content like cards and stickers, humorously making him feel like he was being worked to death. He also touches upon his artwork and the idea of a potential Samushin Art Museum, jokingly placing it alongside the Ghibli Museum. The page then showcases the appendices included with the book, 2 card games. The first is the Fist Battle game, a point-based combat game where character attack power is determined by the number of fingers they show. The second is a Janken game, or rock, paper, scissors, where specific characters on the cards represent the moves, including a joke character, Megadrasan, whose card always results in a tie. Illustrated examples of the 4 character cards included with the book are shown at the bottom, featuring the propeller-hatted Kyasuko, a character resembling the Sega Saturn controller, Gear, the peace sign-making Naomi sister, and the cart-headed Megadrasan. The text confirms all 4 types of cards are packaged with the book, making them a fun collectible bonus. This page continues the fascinating interview with manga artist Samushin Yoshimatsu, focusing on his impactful work, Doridori Kyasuko-san. The discussion delves into the reception of the book, including both positive feedback and controversy surrounding its cover illustration, which even resulted in a court case mandating a note on subsequent printings. Yoshimatsu shares insights into the origins of the memorable phrase, "Sega's games are the best in the world," and its dramatic appearance in the manga's finale. The interview also recounts the story behind the promotional Segaichi cards and the unexpected social issue they created. It concludes with a look ahead to the next part of the interview, promising a brighter topic. The page then announces the reprint of the second volume, Sega's games are the best in the world, Dodo Kyasuko-san, providing release details for the book, which features illustrations relevant to the interview's unique framing device. Finally, the page highlights 2 exciting bonus sticker sheets included with the book. There's a color set featuring dynamic illustrations of characters like the crit-headed figures, designed for creating fun stories. The second set is a striking monochrome illustration depicting a grim scene of Sega buildings and tombstones being targeted by missiles labeled Sony, accompanied by characters resembling Sega hardware fighting back. This powerful image, according to the text, references a famous urban legend about a dream ending and suggests a dark, metaphorical battle for Sega's survival. This page features exciting new anime information, primarily focusing on the movie Vampire Hunter D: Bloodlust. Based on Hideyuki Kikuchi's popular dark fantasy novels, this animated film is scheduled for rental release on October 17th on both VHS and DVD. It features a talented staff including director Yoshiaki Kawajiri and character designs by Yutaka Minowa, with a stellar voice cast bringing the characters to life. such as Hideyuki Tanaka as Da and Megumi Hayashibara as Lila. The story is set in a far future, where vampires, the noble race, are in decline. The enigmatic half-vampire hunter, known only as D, is hired to rescue Charlotte, the daughter of a wealthy family, who has been seemingly kidnapped by the powerful vampire noble Meyer Link. Character profiles are provided for the key players: D, the legendary hunter; Meyer Link, the noble vampire; Charlotte, the kidnapped girl; and Layla, a human hunter from the Marcus Brothers group also pursuing Meyer Link, who initially clashes with D, but gradually comes to understand him. The page also highlights related media, mentioning the original novel series and the official website for the film. Below this main feature, a pickup section showcases other anime airing on CS/CATV channels. Hestex, based on the Clamp manga, is announced as a new TV anime series starting on WoW. Additionally, Vandred: The Second Stage, the continuation of the space adventure anime Vandred, is also featured, noting its broadcast on WoW. October anime releases are packed with action and variety. Strawberry Egg's first semester debuts October 25th, alongside Noir Volume 4 and Galaxy Angel Volume 4. Mecha fans get King of Braves Gao Gaigar Final .05 on October 24th. Earth Maiden Arjuna Volume 3 Director's Edition, Genshaft Volume 3, and Macross Plus Volume 2, International Version, all arrive on October 25th. The classic Astro Boy Color TV series receives a remastered DVD Box 1 on October 25th. A Single for Sugar, A Little Snow Fairy releases on October 24th. Looking ahead, Kikaider 01, the animation, a new OVA series, launches November 21st. This page features Fumio Kurokawa's column, where he reflects on his career and the game industry. He shares personal thoughts on growing older and the importance of humility and genuine person-to-person connections over company status, drawing from experiences at companies like Sega, where he worked on Virtua Fighter. He discusses his book, Game Maestro, which features interviews with various industry figures, highlighting the passion he found in those conversations, and how phrases like, "try next stage," from Virtua Fighter continue to inspire him. The page also includes a roundup of recent game industry news. Headlines cover the uncertain future of SNK following their civil rehabilitation process, questions surrounding the potential cancellation of the next Tokyo Game Show, commentary from Sony's Ken Kutaragi on the Nintendo GameCube sales strategy compared to the PlayStation 2's, and the positive impact of the recent PS2 price drop on its sales momentum. Other news touches on Nintendo's stock buyback, Bill Gates retaining his spot as a top richest person, and the closure of a long-standing theme park, prompting reflection on the state of the entertainment industry as a whole. This page features comprehensive guides for two iconic Dreamcast titles. First up is the Phantasy Star Online Ver. 2 Perfect Guide, touted as a massive update to the original guide, packed with 6 major features to conquer the game. It promises detailed area maps, extensive enemy data covering types, weaknesses, and attack patterns, strategies for taking down bosses, and a look at the highly coveted rare items, including drop methods and detailed stats. Players can also delve into the secrets of mag evolution and understand the relationship between section ID and item drops across all areas and difficulty levels. This is clearly designed for serious players looking to master every aspect of SOVR. 2. Below that is the Crazy Taxi 2 Driver's Manual. This guide aims to help players master the frantic driving techniques needed to succeed, with illustrated explanations and map strategies broken down by area. It covers everything from achieving simple clears to challenging high scores, and provides a complete strategy for the Crazy Pyramid mode. Hidden elements and even information related to internet rankings are also promised, making it an essential resource for aspiring crazy taxi drivers. The bottom of the page provides contact information for SoftBank Publishing, the publisher of these guides. This page is a reader questionnaire postcard for the magazine. It asks for demographic information like gender, age, and occupation, as well as which gaming media sources readers use. It also inquires about their opinion on the magazine's cover art and how often they submit questionnaires. The core gaming questions ask readers how many software titles they've bought this year, about their interest in Sega music creds, and importantly, which articles from the issue they found most and least interesting, referencing Table 1, this issue's articles. Readers are also asked to list the hardware they currently own and plan to purchase, referencing the consoles and systems listed in Table 2, Hardware List,
which includes systems like Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, Nintendo 64, Xbox, and various handhelds and older consoles. Finally, it asks for their most desired software purchases from the upcoming release schedule featured elsewhere in the magazine. Instructions are provided on how to properly fill out the response boxes. This page delves into the world of working in the game industry, aiming to shed light on the various roles involved in bringing games to life. It discusses what it means to make a game and the different types of jobs you might find, whether it's the familiar developer roles like programmers and planners or other essential positions. The page breaks down key roles, explaining what a producer or director does, or the tasks of a planner, designer, or sound creator, highlighting that game development is a collaborative effort requiring many different skills. It also touches upon what it's like to work at a game company, stating that while it's similar to a regular company in terms of structure and contracts, specifics like working hours and treatment can vary. The page then takes a look at a specific company, Namco, providing some basic company data and a brief overview of their history and management philosophy, emphasizing their focus on entertainment. The goal is clearly to inform readers interested in pursuing a career in gaming about the realities and possibilities within the industry. The page includes illustrations of two characters, one seemingly excited and another looking thoughtful, reacting to the information presented, and a small image of the Namco headquarters building. This page offers a glimpse into game development at Namco. Using Ace Combat 04, Shattered Skies as a case study, it profiles key roles, including the planner, project director, Hiroshi Ichiyanagi, programmer, Takeo Ishii, and chief programmer. The project director leads the team, while programmers translate game design into code, controlling game mechanics, and integrating visual and sound elements. A diagram illustrates the team structure, showing how the producer oversees the project director, who manages various section leaders and staff. A survey of industry professionals revealed that they were drawn to the industry for self-expression and a love of games. They cited enjoyment of the work, project completion satisfaction, and player entertainment as positive aspects. Ace Combat 04, a PlayStation 2 flight shooter, is highlighted for its realistic combat portrayal. This page continues the exploration of game development roles at Namco, featuring insights from a graphic artist, a sound director, and a producer. The graphic artist discusses the challenge and reward of unifying diverse artistic personalities and highlights the need for fundamental drawing skills, a wide perspective, and developing unique personal strengths. The sound director covers the breadth of work from BGM to sound effects, emphasizing the need to adapt to various game genres and maintain a broad interest in music. The producer describes their role as a vital link, coordinating teams and ensuring projects meet deadlines, stressing the importance of developing skills beyond just technical expertise. The page also details Namco's company support system for employees, including an example training program from 2000 that covers various aspects of game creation, from fundamental skills to specialized training in planning, design, and programming collaboration. Messages for aspiring game industry professionals emphasize the critical importance of a solid foundation of knowledge and a broad perspective, noting that technical skill alone is not sufficient. Building relationships and networking are also highlighted as key to success. A summary of challenges faced by industry professionals includes difficult working conditions, the struggle to create desired games, and interpersonal issues within teams. Despite the challenges, the overarching message for aspiring developers is to aim to create games that deeply connect with players, rather than focusing solely on entering the industry itself. This page provides a comprehensive national guide to game development schools across Japan for fall 2002. Serving as a practical follow-up to the previous discussion on industry roles and required skills, it offers aspiring developers a directory of places where they can gain the necessary education. The guide lists numerous institutions from Hokkaido down to the Kanto region, including schools like Sapporo Software, Tohoku Electronics in Sendai, and a significant concentration in Tokyo such as Digital Arts, Tokyo, Digital Hollywood, and even one operated by Konami. For each school, the page includes essential contact information like addresses, phone numbers, and website URLs, making it easy for prospective students to get in touch. Crucially, it details the various courses offered, covering core areas like game programming, 3D graphics, multimedia content creation, and game design. Many entries also highlight the school's unique features, such as hands-on practical training environments, connections with game companies, participation in major events like the Tokyo Game Show, or specific software training like Maya
and direct mechs. This guide is an invaluable resource for anyone serious about entering the Japanese game development scene. The information is also available online via the GameSpot/Japan website. The next page continues the directory of game development schools across Japan, picking up where the previous page left off. It covers institutions primarily in the Kanto region, Tokyo area continued, Chubu, Nagoya, Kansai, Osaka, Kobe, Chugoku, Hiroshima, and Kyushu, Fukuoka. This guide provides essential details for each school, including contact information, like addresses, phone numbers, and website URLs. Aspiring game developers can find information on schools such as Trident Design College in Nagoya, ECC Computer College in Osaka, and HAL Computer College with campuses in Nagoya and Osaka. The page lists the types of courses offered at each school, encompassing key areas like game programming, CG design, multimedia arts, and game planning. Many entries highlight specific features designed to attract students, such as Trident Design College's focus on balancing technology, sensibility, and business sense.
ECC Computer College's small class sizes and RIT tutor system, or HAL Computer College's strong support system covering both hardware and software aspects. Other schools featured include Nippon Engineering College, Bantan Computer Gakuen, Yoyogi Animation Academy, and Kobe Denshi Technical College, each detailing their specializations like game design, character creation, or comprehensive media studies. The guide continues to be a valuable resource for finding educational paths into the Japanese game industry. The number in parentheses after a course name indicates the student capacity. This page is a full-page advertisement for Trident Computer and Design Vocational Schools in Nagoya, featuring details on their game science, CG, and design courses. Applications for admission are being accepted. This page is an advertisement for Professio Creative School, highlighting their program for aspiring game creators. The school emphasizes practical training and achieving professional results, claiming to be a leader in the field. They showcase student projects like Gigantic Gear, a 2D plus 3D action game, and 3D Soccer, a sports game. The page also mentions student involvement with real titles, such as the PlayStation game Yakiniku Bugyu. A successful student shares his positive experience, landing a job at Square, now part of Square Enix, and noting the value of the technical training received. The school offers a variety of courses, including game programming, graphics, sound, and web creation, aiming to place students at numerous game and digital media companies. This page features an advertisement for OCA Osaka Communication Art Professional School, promoting its courses for aspiring digital creators. It positions OCA as a place to launch into the world of digital media, whether your goal is to create games or become a top artist in manga, CG, or 3D CG. The school offers programs in digital creatives, with game creator and digital entertainment courses, and a manga department with manga and comic business courses. They highlight a robust support system, including 24-hour access to industry-standard software like Maya and Softimage, and emphasize strong industry connections through company projects and tasks, supported by a job placement center. Special programs are detailed, such as a 10-month CGI seminar, working directly with a professional studio, and a manga debut system that helps students get published while enrolled, showcasing student success stories. The ad outlines 6 educational systems aimed at helping students achieve their career goals, including internships and overseas opportunities. This appears to be another solid institution for those aiming for a career in digital creative fields, much like the school featured previously, with a focus on practical training and industry links. This page is from the Digital Analog Channel section, featuring its 18th topic, Basic Knowledge of Regal Terminology, from Phantasy Star Online. The guest is none other than Rico Tyrell, known as Red Ring Rico, who is prominently illustrated. The page takes a humorous comic strip approach to discuss the unique language and quirks associated with Peepso. The discussion touches on the upcoming PC release of Phantasy Star Online and reflects on the Dreamcast version's text input system, specifically the Kanado kanji conversion. It highlights how the Dreamcast IME could sometimes produce unexpected, almost excessively helpful conversions. Examples given include typing Naka, resulting in Nakaya Tsukasa, a former Sega president, or Shacho, president, and Momusu, converting to Morning Musume. The comic then playfully imagines applying a Ragal conversion to everyday words, or even Sega games, suggesting it could humorously turn into things like hair removal,
or declaring Sega games are the world's best.
It's a lighthearted look at the in-game communication and community language developed around Phantasy Star Online. The strip features cartoon versions of characters like Uzu and Maki-chan, and their editor, Kuri-san, engaging in these amusing linguistic explorations.
This page is a feature diving deep into the Microsoft Xbox as its launch approaches. The article focuses on the first Xbox premiere event held on October 3rd, where Microsoft showcased its own software lineup. While 7 new titles were revealed, the standout seems to be Project Gotham Racing, developed by Bizarre Creations. The magazine highlights the impressive graphical detail in Project Gotham Racing, noting the high polygon counts for car models, even down to the tires. Comments from the programming manager emphasize the power of the Xbox hardware, enabling such detail and impressive replay visuals. The game is described not just as a racing title, but one where stylish driving earns kudos. Real-time damage, beautiful driving techniques, the kudos system, and multicity courses are key features mentioned. The game will feature cars from manufacturers like TVR, BMW, Toyota, Audi, and Mercedes-Benz. The article also notes that the quality of the presentation at the event, despite being planned quickly, was solid, and the gameplay looked promising, particularly Project Gotham Racing, which the magazine identifies as a top pick among the revealed titles. This page dives into more upcoming titles for the Xbox console. First up is Halo: Combat Evolved, described as a shooting action-adventure aiming for a rich story experience, developed by Bungie Studios. The magazine highlights its 5.1 surround sound and immersive atmosphere, showcasing intense first-person combat against aliens, vehicle sections with tanks and jeeps, and 4-player multiplayer deathmatch. The impressions section notes that the game has significantly improved since its showing at E3, and the multiplayer is quick to pick up and enjoyable. Next, there's Nezumix, a group action game developed by Media.Vision. The developers explain they wanted to create a cute and comical game to appeal more broadly than just the cool image often associated with Xbox. Gameplay involves controlling a group of mouse friends for team battles, and the detailed environments and character expressions are shown off. The magazine's impression points out the impressive technical rendering of fur and chaotic scenes with catchy background music, though the overall fun factor is listed as unknown. Finally, we see Tenku Freestyle Snowboarding, developed by Microsoft. This title promises freedom to explore anywhere on the course, with realistic powdery snow textures and a wide variety of tricks. Collaboration with companies like Burton and motion capture from pro riders aim for authenticity. The magazine's impression calls it a reliable standard title, praising the authentic feel achieved with pro cooperation. They also mention the surprisingly large library of 230 BGM tracks, a benefit of the DVD format.
Xbox is getting a diverse lineup of upcoming titles. Tao Feng, Fist of the Lotus, a fighting game from Dream Factory, boasts detailed graphics and realistic motion capture. Maximum Chase, a car action game by Genki, aims for a Hollywood feel with intense chases and destructible environments, though visuals are noted as less polished. Jockey's Road, an RPG horse racing game developed by Progress, focuses on a jockey's growth with detailed scenarios and realistic training environments, including 3,000 unique horse models.
Hirohisa Ohura, head of Xbox, discusses Microsoft's plans for the upcoming Tokyo Game Show and the Japanese launch of the Xbox. The article highlights Microsoft's significant presence at the show, boasting a 152-booth display with 160 playable units, showcasing third-party and first-party titles. The team in Japan has grown rapidly to over 100 employees, including development and manufacturing staff, with almost 20 internal titles in development. The delayed Japanese launch, February 2002, compared to the U.S. launch, originally fall 2001, allows Microsoft to prioritize a successful U.S. launch and then leverage that success. Ohura acknowledges the established console market in Japan and shows a launch after the busy year-end period. The Tokyo Game Show aims to demonstrate the Xbox's power, exemplified by the visual fidelity of games like Dead or Alive 3, setting the stage for its entry into the Japanese market. Hirohisa Ohura discusses Microsoft's Xbox strategy, highlighting the game industry's acceleration due to modern hardware and online connectivity. Mirroring PC advancements, the Xbox aims to combat cheating with a closed online environment, distinct from the more open PC landscape. Question 3 focuses on Xbox's always-on online approach, utilizing exclusively broadband connections with dedicated servers, designed for game stability and security. Regarding pricing in Japan, while undecided, the inclusion of features like a hard disk and DVD playback suggests a competitive value proposition. The target audience is core gamers, primarily in their late teens to early 30s. Ohura teases the Xbox's potential, framing it as a beanbag full of possibilities, with a mix of Microsoft and third-party titles. The console's true identity, whether a PC or a console, remains largely unknown until launch. This page continues the discussion, highlighting Microsoft's entry into the console market because the existing players have become less willing to gamble and innovate. The interview with Hirohisa Ohura delves into the launch timing, contrasting the Japanese release plans with the US, and acknowledging the competition. Like the Nintendo GameCube's September launch, he clarifies that while the Xbox hardware can play DVDs, it requires a separate playback kit, a standard decision across all regions. Ohura stresses that despite sharing some parts with Xbox, the Xbox is fundamentally a dedicated game machine. The conversation touches on the challenges in the Japanese market against Sony and Nintendo, but expresses confidence in their global strategy. A specific point addressed is the size of the Xbox console itself. It's quite large at 3.86 kilograms compared to the GameCube's 1.3 kilograms, though the controller was specifically redesigned to be smaller for Japanese players. The post-interview summary concludes that the Xbox has significant potential, particularly with its hardware capabilities and online features, but the key to success will ultimately lie in the software lineup and competitive pricing. This page focuses on Dead or Alive 3 for the Xbox console. A large illustration of a character, likely Kasumi, dominates the page, with the game title Dead or Alive 3 prominently displayed in both English and Japanese. The subtitle Danger Zone is also visible. The page highlights the game's presence at the Tokyo Game Show 2001 fall and promotes the ability to play the US version of the game early. Play the US version a step ahead. Game data is provided, noting Tecmo as the publisher, a planned spring 2002 release in Japan, and an undetermined price. The genre is listed as fighting. There's a special feature dedicated to the game, acting as a play guide covering all 16 characters. This guide promises character profiles, recommended techniques, basic controls, and messages from both the development team, Team Ninja, and the game's voice actors. This coverage directly links to the previous page's discussion of the Xbox's entry into the market and the importance of its software lineup, showcasing a major title available on the new console, with a particular emphasis on the earlier DS release. This page continues the in-depth look at Dead or Alive 3 for the Xbox, focusing on the iconic heroine, Kasumi. The page showcases a large illustration of Kasumi in her classic ninja attire, along with several screenshots featuring her default costume and a brand new, more casual outfit resembling a school uniform, complete with a checked vest, skirt, and loose hair, highlighting how her appearance changes. Messages from the developers, Team Ninja, and Kasumi's voice actor, Hoko Kawashima, are included. Team Ninja talks about presenting new screenshots and costumes, particularly highlighting the new casual look. Ms. Kawashima discusses her approach to portraying Kasumi, aiming to convey her inner strength despite her outwardly fragile image. The page also provides a detailed character profile for Kasumi, covering her nationality, fighting style, Mugen Tenshin Ninjutsu, age 17, measurements, occupation, runaway ninja, favorite food, milfui, and hobby, fortune-telling. Finally, a skills check section demonstrates two new moves for Kasumi: the Suzaku Kyaku, Phoenix Leg, a strong mid-high kick, and the Rekuga, Rending Airfang, a body-colliding move that launches opponents. These moves are described as adding power to her already flashy style, showing that the development team isn't just focusing on looks, but also evolving the gameplay mechanics. This page moves on to introduce two more fighters from Dead or Alive 3, Hitomi and Christy. First up is Hitomi, a German karate fighter. She is shown in a striking pose wearing a casual outfit, and the text highlights her unique blend of powerful strikes and speed. Messages from Team Ninja and Hitomi's voice actor, Yui Hori, emphasize her earnest and purely strong nature. Her profile confirms her German nationality, karate style, and lists her age as 18, with a penchant for sacher tort and cooking. The skills check section demonstrates two of her moves, a back roundhouse kick and a unique throw called Sasameyuki. Below, the page features Christy, the English assassin known for her snake fist style. She is depicted looking cool and enigmatic. Team Ninja's message touches upon her concept as a master of disguise, and how her character shines in the game. Christy's voice actor, Kotono Mitsuishi, offers insight into portraying her cool, assassin-like persona, suggesting players handle her with style. Her profile details her English origin, snake fist-fighting style, age, 24, and preferences, such as tomato juice and driving. This page continues the Dead or Alive 3 feature, introducing the new fighter Brad Wong. He's a master of the drunken fist style, known for getting stronger as the fight progresses. Messages from Team Ninja and his voice actor, Yukihisa Kishino, touch on his unique character and the effort put into his portrayal. Brad's profile lists him as Chinese, 30 years old, and unemployed, with a love for drinking and hobbies like Go and the Chinese fiddle. The skills check for Brad highlights his unique lone step stance and a powerful elbow attack, suggesting these are key moves to explore. Below, the page revisits Christy, expanding on her snake fist skills. The skills check section for Christy showcases her versatility, including powerful strikes like the snake step double thrust and the charge-based double snake sky thrust, which can also break guards, as well as her technical throw, poisonous snake entangling bite. The images show her executing these precise and sometimes tricky maneuvers against opponents. Hayate, a 23-year-old ninja from Japan practicing Mugen Tenshin style, returns in Dead or Alive 3. Team Ninja emphasizes his rebirth and new character arc. His voice actor, Hikaru Midorikawa, is enthusiastic, highlighting his favorite line and dedication to the game. The skills check reveals Hayate's fighting style has evolved, emphasizing speed and precision. The preview showcases new techniques, including hit-stacking strikes and rapid combinations. How to Play TGS version discusses the Xbox controller differences, noting the Duke and Akebono controllers. It also details updated controls compared to Dead or Alive 2, including free step, hold, and jumping mechanics. The next page features Ayan, appearing more stylish and agile in Dead or Alive 3. Her character profile details her as a 16-year-old ninja from Japan, practicing Mugen Tenshin style, with stats like 157 centimeters height, 47 kilograms weight, AB blood type, and a birthday of August 5th. She likes marrons glacés, and her hobby is beauty treatment. Team Ninja comments on her new costume, a chic, primarily black outfit, which enhances her ninja image, contrasting with her previous look. Under skills check, 2 new techniques are highlighted for players to try at game shows. The first is a mid-level strike called Kokusao that stuns opponents for follow-up combos. Adding a kick input transforms it into Ryutu Sen, an aerial move that knocks the enemy far away. The page includes screenshots of Ayan performing these moves. Wakana Yamazaki, Ayane's voice actor, shares a message about finding Ayane surprisingly mature and alluring despite her age, noting her respect for those skilled at fighting games like Dead or Alive. A brief profile mentions Yamazaki is known for voicing Ran Mori in Detective Conan. Finally, the page includes a diagram of the Xbox controller and a summary list of Ayan's basic commands, detailing inputs for moves like punch, kick, holds, and throws. This page features John Lee and Helena, 2 more fighters from Dead or Alive 3. John Lee, known as the Dragon of Kowloon, is shown looking sharper than ever. His profile confirms his Jeet Kune Do style from China, his job as a bouncer, and his love for action movies. Team Ninja highlights his powerful attacks, and the skills section demonstrates techniques like the Dragon Smash and Body Step Middle, essential moves to try at the game show. His voice actor, Toshihiko Furukawa, discusses the challenging vocal demands of the role. Below John Lee is Helena, with a focus on her connection to her parents' tragic deaths. Her profile lists her style as Pigua Quan from France, and her occupation as an opera singer. Team Ninja praises her flowing, elegant movements. The skills check shows 2 of her new throws, Skyward Heaven Strike and Crouching Tiger Falling Forest Strike, emphasizing her improved grappling techniques. Her voice actor, Yuka Koyama, shares thoughts on bringing Helena's character to life through dialogue. This page continues the focus on the fighters of Dead or Alive 3, featuring Lei Fang and Zhen Fu. First up is Lei Fang, described as mastering holds and reborn in the new game. Team Ninja highlights her iconic China dress with color variations and improved skirt movement, promising enjoyment for fans. Her profile lists her style as Tai Chi Chuan, her age is 19, and her occupation as a college student who enjoys almond tofu and aromatherapy. The skills check demonstrates her hold expertise with moves like the Tai Shen Long Wu King Luo against high kicks and the Hu Pu Da Dao against low kicks, noting that expert holds require precise input. Her voice actor, Yumi Toyuma, discusses bringing out both the strength and cuteness of the character. Below is Jen Fu, whose destructive power is now complemented by technical skill. Team Ninja praises his enduring strength despite his age, comparing his techniques to sharpened blades. His profile shows his style as Xin Yi Liu He Quan, his age is 65, and his occupation as a bookstore owner who likes mapo tofu and ink painting. The skills check shows a new air throw, Kuchu Raku Ho, which can catch opponents launched into the air, and the Tang Lang Xing strike series from a free step. His voice actor, Takeshi Akono, a veteran known for roles in many anime like One Piece and Space Battleship Yamato, talks about the difficulty of conveying character through voice expression. Dead or Alive 3's fighter profiles begin with Tina, the wrestler. Her powerful strikes and throws are emphasized, along with her updated silver costume and aspiring actress persona. Key moves include environment-based attacks and new ground throws. Next is Leon, the mercenary, a master of grappling. His simple costume highlights his power and serious personality. His skills include air throws like the Kaku Fuki and the frame hammer, combining strikes with ground throws. Finally, Ryu Hayabusa, the ninja, is showcased. His updated costume from Dead or Alive 2 complements his agile Hayabusa-style ninjutsu. His profile highlights aerial strikes and ground attacks such as Kuchu Raku Jin and Tenchi Saisoku. Dead or Alive 3 introduces character profiles for Bass, Zack, and Bayman. Bass, a 46-year-old American pro wrestler, is characterized by his King of Power Fighters title and fatherly affection for Tina. His moveset includes the lift-up ground throw. Zack, the 25-year-old DJ, fights with a self-taught Thai-style boxing style and is known for his energetic personality and unique shouts. His skills include the Zack Hurricane Kick and the Kozak Kick. Bayman, a 31-year-old Russian assassin, uses Commando Sambo, showcasing his expertise in holds like knee and leg cross holds. This is a continuation of the fighter profiles, with details of their backgrounds and fighting styles. This page features the Xbox version of Onimusha Warlords, known in Japan as Genma Onimusha. While based on the original PlayStation 2 game released in January, this Xbox iteration isn't just a simple port. It boasts significant additions, changes, and adjustments to various elements, presenting itself almost as a completely different game. The article highlights how game balance and action mechanics have substantially evolved. It touches upon the game's historical fantasy story, set in 1560 during the Sengoku period, following the events surrounding the Battle of Okehazama and subsequent mysterious occurrences. The article also notes that while announced at E3, the Xbox version wasn't fully detailed until Tokyo Game Show 2001 fall, where a playable demo revealed many new facts. Screenshots show the main character Samanosuke in combat and what appears to be a boss fight, demonstrating the game's action survival genre. The content suggests that even players familiar with the original PS2 version will find noticeable differences, and that the evolved gameplay offers a challenging and exciting experience, especially for those confident in their action game skills. This page continues the coverage of the Xbox version of Onimusha Warlords, highlighting significant visual changes, specifically Samanosuke's costume. While the PS2 version was known for his blue armor, the Xbox iteration features a distinctive ninja-style outfit, complete with new weaponry like the Reizanto, lightning sword. The article notes this is a major departure visually, and mentions that according to producer Keiji Inafune, several other costumes are also planned for the game. Screenshots show Samanosuke in this new ninja attire, engaged in combat, reinforcing the updated look. A key interview with Keiji Inafune from Capcom Production Studio 2 reveals that this Xbox release is intended as a new version reflecting the voices of users from the previous work. Inafune discusses incorporating feedback from PS2 players, particularly regarding game difficulty, aiming to provide a balanced experience that caters to both those who found the original too easy and those less familiar with action games. He confirms adjustments have been made to achieve this. The interview also briefly touches on his concurrent work developing Onimusha 2. This page confirms the Xbox game is more than a simple port, incorporating substantial changes based on player feedback and developer vision. Onimusha Warlords combat system on Xbox is enhanced with Green Souls, which grant an attack boost when absorbed. This introduces a strategic layer, as enemies can also absorb these souls, increasing their power and altering their appearance. The core gameplay shifts to a push-and-pull dynamic, forcing players to compete for green souls while dodging stronger enemy attacks. Success relies on strategic engagement and efficient use of resources. The revamped system also includes the charge slash, adding more tactical options. The developers aim to create moments of panic, encouraging players to adapt their strategies. The changes, specifically the addition of green souls and the charge slash, will provide players with a more complex and dynamic gameplay experience.
This page introduces some significant changes coming to Genma Onimusha. It highlights a key scene from a demo showing a new enemy appearing early in the game, described as an important character, whose true nature will be revealed soon. The page also points out a revamped user interface, including a mysterious gauge that displays Samanosuke's stats and features 5 green orbs with an unknown purpose. Furthermore, Samanosuke has a new sword stance, and there seems to be a key or energy element tied to combat, possibly linked to the gauge. According to the developer interview, the combat system has undergone considerable changes, moving towards a more strategic depth with varied attacks and a multi-stage charge slash. Enemies and stages have been adjusted to complement these system updates. New enemy characters and several new stages have also been added. The developers emphasize that while the core story remains the same, the gameplay experience is intended to feel different from the original Onimusha Warlords, promising a unique kind of fun delivered with confidence, even if it might be challenging. This page focuses on Sega GT 2002, a driving game making the leap to Xbox after its beginnings on the Dreamcast. The central theme is described as tradition, legend, and bloodline. While many details are still under wraps for this working title, some information has been revealed, including game modes like the unique Chronicle mode and the Garage. A major highlight is the range of cars featured, which the page describes as beautiful machines, spanning from the latest models to classic cars, some over 20 years old. The article notes that while modern cars often grab the spotlight, this game includes a broad selection of older vehicles too. Examples shown include classics like the Fairlady Z30, Savannah RX-3, and the legendary Skyline GTR Hakosuka, presented alongside newer iterations like the RX-7 FD3s, Fairlady Z Z32, and the Skyline GTR R34, among others like the Celica. This diverse lineup is expected to excite car fans. The game is currently only 20% complete, with details like release date and price still undecided. This page dives deeper into the gameplay modes and the impressive car roster of Sega GT 2002. A key feature is the Chronicle mode, where players start with classic cars from the pre-1970s era and work their way up. The challenge increases as you progress, with opponents driving newer and faster vehicles. This mode particularly caters to fans of vintage automobiles. Winning races in Chronicle mode allows you to swap out one car part, requiring strategic choices as you build your vehicle. The page also showcases the Garage, a place to store your collection of cars. The article highlights the high level of detail and quality in the car modeling, noting that the in-game models are almost indistinguishable from real-life photos. The variety of cars continues to be a major focus, with sections dedicated to specific lineages like the Mazda rotary sports cars, showing classics like the RX-3 and SAE-22 alongside the FD3's RX-7. Other featured cars include the Nissan Skyline GTR, KPG C10, Honda Integra Type R, Honda S2000, Nissan Fairlady Z Z32, and the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution version 2. The game truly emphasizes a diverse and detailed lineup for car enthusiasts. This page presents a special report on Bistro Cupid, an upcoming cooking romance simulation game for the Xbox, developed by Success, and slated for a spring 2002 release. This title puts players in the shoes of a student at a prestigious cooking academy. The core gameplay revolves around learning recipes, honing your culinary skills, and managing your own restaurant, aiming to earn the coveted Grand Chef license. The game blends cooking simulation with character interactions, as you engage with various heroines within the academy setting. The page features illustrations of the main characters and screenshots, showcasing the cooking and management interface, where you'll select ingredients and progress through recipes. A key character highlighted is Lavender Sweet, the 16-year-old daughter of a top restaurant owner, known for her bright personality and cooking talent, who studies in the same class
at the Royal St. Simon Cooking Academy. The game's objective is to graduate by successfully running your bistro and achieving mastery in cooking.
This page continues the special report on the Xbox title, Bistro Cupid, focusing on introducing some of the key characters the player will encounter at the Royal St. Simon Cooking Academy and surrounding areas. Featured here are 4 distinct personalities. First is Snow Blueflower, the responsible 17-year-old owner of the Café Blueflower, known for her writing hobby. Next is Mallow Blueflower, Snow's younger sister and a 15-year-old student in the second year at the academy, who specializes in English cuisine and loves collecting country-style goods. We also meet Lambtail, another 15-year-old second-year student with a passion for fishing and a unique background as a cat person. Finally, Sunflower is introduced, a 15-year-old first-year student who works part-time at a rollerblade fast food restaurant and is driven by a strong desire for wealth. Each character profile includes their basic information like age, birth dates, and hobbies, along with a brief description highlighting their personality and role within the game's world. The page is illustrated with character portraits and screenshots showcasing the characters in various in-game environments, giving players a glimpse into their lives and interactions.
This page continues the special report on Bistro Cupid, delving into core gameplay systems and introducing more key characters. The system point highlights the ultimate goal: graduating from the Royal St. Simon Cooking Academy by passing the graduation test held at your own restaurant. Achieving this requires successfully managing your establishment, cooking alongside the heroines, and enjoying student life, including dates. Interestingly, recipes aren't just learned. They're acquired through hunting battles in areas like forests and rivers. Success in these battles also helps increase your cooking rank. You can also research new recipes with the various heroines, each bringing unique strengths to the kitchen. The page introduces 3 more heroines you'll meet. Saffron Turmeric is a 16-year-old from the second year, specializing in Southeast Asian cuisine. She's a combat enthusiast who dislikes conventional living and aims to be the world's best cooking combatant. Mint Hibiscus, also a 16-year-old in the second year focusing on desserts, dreams of running the cutest cake shop and works tirelessly in her kitchen car. She affectionately calls the protagonist Ani-chan. Finally, Sage Pineapple is a 17-year-old who has already graduated and runs an Indian restaurant. Shy around others, her life is complicated by mysterious powers.
But she is an avid reader.
Screenshots show the restaurant management screen, a recipe hunting battle, recipe research completion, and character art for Saffron, Mint, and Sage.
Bistro Cupid introduces 4 new culinary partners at the Royal St. Simon Cooking Academy. Rose Cinnamon, a 15-year-old princess from the Cinnamon Kingdom, specializes in Japanese cuisine and enjoys shopping. Appleberry, dedicated to Chinese cuisine, is a 16-year-old with a passion for nikuman and physical strength. Cresswater, the 15-year-old American cuisine chef, is a wandering chef with a kind heart, though she's directionally challenged. Finally, Melissa Lemonbalm, a 15-year-old practitioner of magical cuisine, aims for world domination through her cooking and is a researcher of legendary magical cooking. The page highlights the diverse cast, blending dating sim, restaurant management, and RPG elements. This page announces a major change for Dorimaga magazine, declaring itself a comprehensive publication that will now fully cover PC games alongside console titles such as Dreamcast and PlayStation 2. This shift reflects the growing trend of games bridging the gap between PC and console platforms. The magazine highlights the key strengths of PC gaming, noting the potential for visually stunning high-resolution graphics, a superior online environment given its origins in network gaming, and different regulatory standards that permit a wider range of content. Featured examples include a screenshot of Phantasy Star Online gameplay, images illustrating the PC environment, and nods to titles like Arrow Dancing and Beside the Shape of Happiness. Dorimaga pledges to dedicate proper coverage to the PC gaming world moving forward. This page continues the magazine's new focus on PC gaming, outlining 3 key commitments. First, it pledges to introduce carefully selected PC software, noting that despite being often overlooked, many excellent titles exist, including those from console developers. They state they will guide readers on worthwhile purchases. The magazine emphasizes they will cover good games regardless of genre, including ports of more mature titles adapted for home use, focusing on the game's world and system rather than just explicit content.
Secondly, the page promises necessary technical guides for comfortable PC gameplay. Recognizing that setup and installation can be challenging for newcomers, they will provide explanations that anyone can understand. This section addresses common PC issues like no sound or screen freezing with troubleshooting tips. It also includes explanations of essential hardware components like CPU, HDD, and interfaces, along with operating systems like Windows and Mac. Finally, the magazine asserts that it's wasteful to use powerful SIOCs only for games and will cover other useful software. This includes desktop customization tools like wallpapers and icons, various utility software for PC maintenance and security, mentioning virus protection, and essential communication and image editing software for creators. A screenshot of the forthcoming Windows XP operating system is shown, indicating the time frame and that they will cover OS basics. The page features screenshots from fantasy RPGs and visual novels, along with illustrations depicting PC troubles and software categories.
This page features greetings and messages from game companies Sega, Elf, and Koei regarding the magazine's new focus on PC gaming, along with a message from the editor. Sega's Akiyama-sama acknowledges Sega's presence across different platforms, including PC, and confirms that the highly popular online RPG, Phantasy Star Online, will be coming to PC. Elf's Tamamizu-sama congratulates the magazine and introduces their new mahjong game, Elf All-Stars Dako Show 2. Featuring popular characters and accessories earnable through gameplay, shown with screenshots of the game's interface and winning screen. Koei's Matsushita-sama also congratulates the magazine and highlights their commitment to releasing games across various genres. They feature their romance-adventure title, In the Stream of Time, Distant Lands 2, an adventure game aimed at female players set in an alternate Kyoto, featuring a trust system and communication features, shown with character illustrations. Finally, Editor-in-Chief Nishimura-sama shares his enthusiasm for the magazine's new direction, particularly covering PC games, and invites readers and developers to share information about new titles. This page continues the special feature celebrating the magazine's new focus, featuring messages from more game developers. Nihon Falcom's message highlights their long history with PC games, and introduces their upcoming action RPG, SWI, described as a successor to classic action RPGs like YS and Xanadu. It features switching between two protagonists, and is set to release in December. Screenshots show the game's vibrant visuals and action combat. Xiao Lux sends their congratulations and mentions upcoming titles across various platforms, including Piacaret e Yukoso 3. They also introduced the romance adventure game beside Shiawase wa Katachi ni, an 18+ title releasing in October, featuring an episode select system influenced by heroine choices. Illustrations show the game's anime art style and characters. Page congratulates the magazine and announces their upcoming title, the Super Royal Road School Love Adventure, Muv-Love, expected this winter. An illustration showcases one of the game's heroines. Finally, the page concludes with a note to readers about the magazine's commitment to covering PC games and technology topics in the future. It also provides contact information for readers to send questions and requests regarding PC gaming coverage. This Cheat Corner section features reader-submitted tips for Dreamcast games. One tip grants invincibility in Zombie Revenge by using a specific attack during a roll. Shenmue 2's tip suggests repeatedly talking to characters in the starting area to quickly level up proficiency. Virtua Striker 2 2000.1's trick lets players turn their team into Romanians via a cursor manipulation sequence. The section also corrects a previous Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo tip regarding Akuma's appearance. Finally, the page encourages reader submissions, offering prizes for accepted tips. This page features the Dreamcast mini-magazine from October 26, 2001, Volume 1. The table of contents highlights upcoming features like Virtua Tennis 2, Tama First Sunnyside, Capcom vs. SNK 2, Millionaire Fighting 2001, Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcast, and a Shenmue side story. The main focus here is on a unique title called Poco Yume no Tatsujin, Master of Poco Dreams. This distinct game from Fujicom Work Trading dives into the stress of modern life through the eyes of protagonist Kenta Hagiwara. He earns a living by tackling various part-time jobs like carrying steel beams, working as a waiter, and distributing tissues. However, the city is full of annoying people who cause him stress. His unique coping mechanism involves unleashing his frustration in his dreams by beating up dream versions of the people who vex him. The ultimate goal is to make 7 specific
troublesome individuals reform their ways. The page includes screenshots demonstrating his daily life, showing him walking, getting into trouble, working part-time, and relieving stress in his dreams. It also introduces some of the problematic characters Kenta encounters on his quest for peace and financial stability.
This page delves into the highly anticipated Power Smash 2, known internationally as Virtua Tennis 2. The main focus here is a deep dive into the game's signature World Tour mode, highlighting it as the game's centerpiece and a significant upgrade from the previous installment. The mode centers around developing a custom player to compete against the world's best. Players begin by creating their character, customizing various attributes like name, body type, and height, play style, and even their gear like rackets and outfits. The process seems quite detailed, allowing for a personalized experience. Once created, the goal is to train through minigames to improve skills and then challenge tournaments held across the globe. The page shows a map interface, represented by a globe, illustrating the worldwide scope of the competition. The ultimate objective is to rise through the ranks and become the world champion. The description emphasizes that this mode offers much more replayability compared to the first game. Screenshots showcase the character creation menus for naming, adjusting body type, setting playstyle, and selecting gear, alongside the global map where the World Tour unfolds. After creating a custom player in Virtua Tennis 2's World Tour mode, you select your My Home location. The game then forces you to train through minigames like Disc Shooter and Bullseye to earn parameter level-ups. Different minigames focus on strokes, volleys, serves, and footwork. A stamina system impacts your player's speed, requiring rest at your home base to recover, consuming a week. The game introduces a calendar with a predetermined schedule, where you must check match dates and levels. Training and resting advance the week. Your primary goal is to win matches, climb the rankings, and achieve World Rank 1. The provided screenshots highlight the home selection, training, stamina recovery, schedule, and match results displays. This page features information on Tentama First Sunnyside, a notable love adventure game from Kid, slated for release on October 25th for 6,800 yen. The page highlights the game's 100% completion status and promotes the Dreamcast version as a significant renewal with improved story and art compared to previous iterations. The main visual showcases the game's cast of anime-style girls, central to the dating simulation experience. The game focuses on the protagonist, Takana, and his complex relationships, including a reunion with Futaba and interactions with his childhood friends Yoshifumi and Shizuka, anticipating a fun high school life. A key element is the appearance of an apprentice angel, Hanari, who falls from the sky, impacting Takana's life. A featured "It's New" system introduces a helpful route guidance system. Two new characters, Kuba and Kaya, appear every 10 days to inform the player which heroine's path they are currently on, adding a unique element to navigating the game's story branches. Screenshots and illustrations show various characters and moments from the game, including the guidance system interface featuring chibi versions of characters. This page delves further into the world of Tentama First Sunnyside, highlighting its characters, systems, and exclusive Dreamcast content. It introduces key encounters for the protagonist, Takana, as he interacts with new people while assisting the apprentice angel, Hanari, including former middle school classmates Makoto and Futaba, and a schoolmate named Rika Kako. As significant, "It's New" feature detailed here is the improved route guidance system. Dialogue choices now provide clear visual hints, such as changes in text color or pointer shape, making it easier for players to understand which heroine's path their decisions are leading them towards. Simplifying navigation through the game's branching narrative. The page also focuses on specific characters and their relationships. Hanari's role as an apprentice angel learning about human happiness, her challenges, and her impact on Takana are described. The dynamic between the childhood friends Takana, Shizuka, and Yoshifumi is explored, noting their frequent squabbles and the efforts of friends and family, like Yoshifumi's sister Hayako, to help them reconcile. Other apprentice angels like Sai, Kuri, and Nazuna are also introduced, adding depth to the magical elements of the story. Finally, the Omake section details the generous extras packed into the Dreamcast version. Clearing the game unlocks numerous additional scenarios, significantly expanding the story content. Players can also customize their VM icons and access exclusive downloadable files, including hints and content related to other Kid titles, making the DC release the definitive version for fans. This page introduces D+ Vine,
an action RPG, making its way to the Dreamcast from Princess Soft. The game features action-based combat, where your attack patterns shift depending on the weapon you equip, and magic is learned through spellbooks. One notable aspect highlighted is the sheer volume of items, with nearly 800 different types available, including rare items possessing unique effects. The combat system also incorporates elemental attributes, with fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth elements providing advantages or disadvantages based on the enemy's affinity, adding a strategic layer to encounters. Beyond the action, the game emphasizes interactions and events within the town of Arg, which serves as your adventure hub. Numerous events are separate from the main story, often triggered by finding items in dungeons. The Dreamcast version, a port from PC, includes significant changes, notably the addition of voice acting for many visual scenes, enhancing the character interactions. The page even mentions specific characters and locations within the town where these events unfold. Additionally, there's a mention of a PC-only spin-off shooting game called Totobibine, featuring the character Sakura, who flies on a broomstick. It's presented as a related title for those interested in a different genre experience. Overall, the page positions D+Vine as a robust action RPG with deep item collection and significant story and character events. This page introduces Candy Stripe, Trainee Angel, a unique love-adventure game heading to the Dreamcast. The focus here is on Ikumi Orishita, presented as one of the game's heroines. Unlike the energetic nurses and nursing students you might expect in a hospital setting, Ikumi is a long-term patient, and her portrayal highlights a sense of fragility and a challenging backstory. The game's premise involves the protagonist arriving at a hospital and discovering their childhood friend, Ikumi Kumi, is hospitalized there with a rare illness. Having spent extensive time bedridden, she has seemingly lost her will to live, described with a somewhat bleak metaphor. The narrative suggests that the player's actions will directly influence her future. The page also includes a short character voice interview with Junko Kusanagi, the actress behind Ikumi, discussing her experience voicing the role and her thoughts on the game. Beyond the game release, there's news on accompanying media and merchandise, an original soundtrack CD featuring music from the game, a novelization of the story set to release after the game, and a look at some limited edition goods, including a distinctive 7-slot pill case decorated with character illustrations. Candy Stripe appears to be a character-focused visual novel, delving into emotional themes within its hospital setting. This page features a strategy guide for Eldorado Gate Volume 7 on the Dreamcast. This is the final volume of the series, and this guide covers the entirety of Chapter 17 and the first half of Chapter 18, aiming to help players navigate the final challenges. It reveals hidden elements and provides crucial support for the impending final battle. The guide breaks down key locations in these chapters, starting with the Down Underground Waterway, where a mobile black market opens up on the surface, offering strong weapons not found in the regular town shops. It advises players to prepare fire attribute gear before entering Polt Forest, noting its complex layout and the presence of enemies with area attacks. The guide also stresses checking fallen monsters in Polt Forests, as they are guaranteed to drop items, specifically mentioning obtaining magic stones. Further sections cover the Lidro Great Swamp, stating it can be traversed without changing equipment, despite the water attribute enemies, and Down in Town, where the regular shops are deemed less useful compared to the black market. It also details Daloa Mountain and Verde Hill, highlighting that enemy attributes change in these areas and providing navigation tips. The overall tone suggests these chapters are challenging, requiring preparation and careful exploration. Screenshots show various locations, like the underground waterway puzzles,
Forest paths, and town streets.
This page continues the strategy guide for Eldorado Gate Volume 7, focusing on the climax of Chapter 18, leading up to the final battle. It covers the area from escaping the Endem Monastery to reaching the Filiencia area, detailing the infiltration and escape from the monastery itself, including tricky navigation involving following Pig and avoiding cloistered nuns' lights in a minigame-style sequence. Key items obtainable in these areas, such as the Ring of Lightspeed and a Gus Stone, are listed. The guide also provides details on the Balkrauer Road, noting it's likely Chapter 18's main dungeon with fire attribute enemies, making Mount Borg equipment useful. The latter half of the page is dedicated to the dangerous enemies encountered in Episodes 17 and 18. This includes regular foes like the status effect inflicting Gadini and Mid-Out, the numerous and strong combat model Achin, and the durable Platinum Holy Knight. The Episode 17 boss, the Dark Lizard, is highlighted for its varied elemental attacks and the dangerous instant death curse, advising players to use light attribute gear and ensure they have recovery magic like Kabazetsu ready. Screenshots show various locations, including the monastery's interior puzzles and outdoor areas, as well as battle screens against the Dark Lizard. This page reveals the first set of hidden elements in Eldorado Gate Volume 7, covering Chapters 17 and 18. For Chapter 17, you can discover a forgotten land near Belda Hill in the Escarlo area after repairing Ain. It holds the step mantle which boosts evasion, but it's a limited time opportunity. There's also a side story area in the Downen region, tied to events around Limeral's Great Waterfall, offering a rare item upon completion. Additionally, hidden passages exist, leading to hidden rooms in Limeral's Great Waterfall, Climb the Fall, Polt's Forest, and the Underground Waterway, where you can obtain the Breakbow, Light. Chapter 18 features secrets like helping lost drunkards. Similar to the Goma's event, completing a timed search for them, within 15 seconds, grants a rare item. They are scattered in Downen, behind the Subarashi Church, tricky to find, and in the Dark Market's Underground Waterway entrance. Another forgotten land is accessible, possibly granting a powerful technique, located west of Downen, near Filiencia. Finally, in the Enda Monastery itself, you can find the August card on the first floor west side by timing your movements to avoid the patrolling nuns, especially at night after visiting Legadia and Pig's Room. These are essential secrets for completionists. This page continues the focus on Eldorado Gate, acting as the Volume 35 edition of the Gabucon fan page. It announces that while the series is nearing its end, there's still more content to come. It highlights the game's release across 7 volumes, and its features like VGA and keyboard compatibility. The page features a special on the game's opening theme, showing how the opening animation subtly changed from Volume 1 through Volume 6 to reflect the evolving story. It also provides the full lyrics for the main theme song, The Eldorado Gate, in both English and Japanese. Furthermore, the Gab.com art library section announces the approaching deadline for the character popularity poll, encouraging fans to submit their top choices via postcard and showcasing some character illustrations. It mentions reader feedback on character popularity, noting Sophia seems quite popular. Finally, there's a recap section looking back at the storylines of Volumes 4 through 6, summarizing key events and characters introduced in each part, accompanied by gameplay screenshots. The page concludes by reminding readers that the postcard submission for Gabucon is finishing soon. This strategy guide for Super Robot Wars Alpha, Dreamcast, focuses on the final battle stages, particularly Chapter 63 onwards. A key element is the Dreamcast exclusive additional route. Chapter 65's Gear of Destiny presents a critical choice. Send the Lundo Bell team to Nerve or not. This decision, along with veteran points, dramatically affects the ending, leading to 3 distinct conclusions. Chapter 66 and final chapters A, B, or C. The guide includes a flowchart illustrating the story branching paths and veteran point requirements. Additionally, it details the acquisition of powerful hidden units before the final battle, such as Iram, Miliardo Peacecraft, and Ingram Priskin. Obtaining these units requires fulfilling specific in-game conditions, like accumulating rival points or completing particular battle scenarios. These hidden units significantly enhance endgame strength. This page details the strategy for 2 critical late-game scenarios in Super Robot Wars Alpha. Chapter 64, titled Air, features Asuka fighting alone against the Titans and mass-production EVAs. A key challenge highlighted is managing EVA Unit 02's energy, N, as it starts disconnected from its power source and loses N each turn, risking defeat if it hits 0. Players must strategically use terrain or reach a power supply to recover. The scenario shifts after defeating the initial enemies. Chapter 65, Gear of Destiny, presents the pivotal battle against Garuda and Hainel. This chapter is where the story branches based on choices made earlier. The guide advises defending the base fiercely in the early turns, before reinforcements arrive. It notes Hainel is a tough foe, who revives once with Godal, and stresses the importance of conserving resources for these fights. A specific strategy involves dealing with Mia, Defeating her too early triggers more powerful enemies, so keeping her alive initially is recommended until the main force arrives. The page also details a special event to persuade Heinel using Kenichi from Voltes, versus after defeating his unit with Voltes V, which increases veteran points and changes the outcome for Heinel. Crucially, clearing this stage leads to the game's ending branches. The path taken depends on a decision made in the opening demo, head to nerve or not, and the player's accumulated veteran points, leading to different Chapter 66 scenarios and distinct endings. Chapter 66 of Super Robot Wars Alpha, The Feast of Despair begins now, features a challenging battle against Sirocco and Jupiterian forces. The core strategy revolves around carefully controlling enemy reinforcements triggered by unit defeats, which include formidable foes like Mecha Gilgans and Geo. Temporary ally units like Heyman and Gato appear for support.
Facing the Geo and La Freccia requires strategic use of willpower-reducing abilities and powerful attacks.
A crucial event involves Camille potentially one-shotting Sirocco, but this leads to Camille's permanent incapacitation if Fao isn't in the party. This chapter serves as the gateway to the final scenario. Therefore, players should utilize the intermission to maximize unit and weapon upgrades, as resources don't carry over to the final battle. This page covers Chapter 66 of Super Robot Wars Alpha, No Escape for Humanity, specifically detailing the path taken when your skill points are 44 or below, leading to the normal ending route and the final scenario, Soul of Steel. While this route features fewer enemies compared to the high skill point path discussed previously, you'll still face formidable aces like Sirocco and Yazan, so complacency is not an option. A key strategy highlighted is understanding the enemy reinforcement triggers. Defeating Yazan brings Granzon and Dankuga. Defeating Sima brings Mass Production Getter and Great Mazinger units, and taking down the Jubitoris summons Sirocco's Geo, La Freccia, and Psycho Gundam Mu. It's crucial to be prepared for these waves. The guide also strongly recommends using the Provoke Spirit command on Sirocco, who gets 2 actions, to safely draw him in, noting its importance for the final chapter as well. Additionally, there's a breakdown of how to recruit temporary allies, like Hangman, Hinel, Guardian God, Gurudel, Gato, and Kelly. These require meeting specific conditions across various earlier chapters, often involving particular units or characters engaging in combat or dialogue choices. Some of these units, like Gurudel, Gato, and Kelly, are specific to the Dreamcast version's extra route after this chapter. Chapters 66 and 67 of Super Robot Wars Alpha's Dreamcast route present challenging scenarios. Chapter 66, Apostle Rebirth, requires players to defeat all previous apostles within 7 turns, with Ramiel posing a significant threat. Upon defeating the first apostle, EVA 01 goes berserk and must be avoided by using units with flash.
Difficulty scales with accumulated skill points.
Chapter 67, The Closing World, centers on the berserk EVA 01 and mass production EVAs. Mass production EVAs start with max spirit, necessitating the use of spirit commands like Gekire or Ki. The berserk EVA 01 has high HP, but can be defeated using powerful attacks boosted by hot blood or soul. The striking unit's Albale, with its high evasion and powerful Great Shockwave, serves as a key unit. The Rond Bell team is pursuing the berserk EVA 01 to stop the Human Instrumentality Project. This page provides a strategy guide for Chapter 68, Omnipotent Mediator, Part 1, in Super Robot Wars Alpha for Dreamcast. The chapter involves first defeating the Titan's forces, and then facing Sirocco's formidable Jupiterian troops. The strategy for the first phase against the Titans emphasizes using powerful pilots effectively, but conserving ENS and Spirit commands due to the upcoming battle. Checkpoint 1 warns about a specific event. If Camille defeats Mauer while Jared is still alive, Jared will use the powerful Miracle Spirit command. To avoid this risk, the guide suggests defeating Jared first, or having a pilot other than Camille defeat Mauer. After the Titans are cleared, Sirocco appears with his Jupiterian forces, which consist of highly powerful units.
The strategy recommends being prepared to intercept them.
Defeating Yazan triggers the appearance of Sima, and defeating the Jupitris causes Sirocco's ultimate unit, the O, and other enemies to appear. Checkpoint 2 mentions that fulfilling certain conditions will lead to powerful allies like Heyman, Gato, Hainel, and Sima, joining for this chapter. Checkpoint 3 highlights a critical event. If Camille battles Sirocco's the O, he can instantly defeat Sirocco regardless of HP. But this results in Camille's mental collapse unless 4 Murasame has been recruited. Guide suggests avoiding this fight if 4 is not an ally. Chapter 69 of Super Robot Wars Alpha features a challenging boss battle culminating in the final fight. The first phase involves defeating Laodicea in the Helmarise. Strategy focuses on utilizing spirit commands like encourage and provoke to lure out and focus fire on the Helmarise, which recovers health with guts 3 times. After defeating 7 units, Antinora reinforcements appear. The second phase pits you against Eubenizius in the Judeca and Ingram piloting the Astranagan. Defeating Eudazius is the objective. Ingram can be ignored or lured away. Judeca's high evasion necessitates using sure hit. Eudazius utilizes guts twice. Crucially, Ingram can be recruited via secret flags and persuasion by Ryusei, adding the powerful Astranagan and its infinity cylinders attack to your team, which is essential for the final battle, especially the Twilight of the Gods route. The guide stresses the need to strengthen your main units for the upcoming final boss. The next page reveals the pilot data for 14 characters who join your ranks in the latter half of Super Robot Wars Alpha. It highlights that many of these are highly capable pilots who can become cornerstones of your team, especially figures like Miliardo Peacecraft, Zex Marquise, Levi Tora, and Ingram Priskin, strongly recommending you invest in training them. An interesting note for veterans is that both Levi and Ingram possess different spirit commands in the Dreamcast version compared to the PlayStation release. The page provides a comprehensive breakdown for each of these late-joining pilots, including their combat proficiencies in shooting and melee, hit and evasion ratings, and a list of their available spirit commands and associated skill levels. This is crucial data for planning your team composition and strategy for the demanding final stages of the game, building directly on the previous discussion about Ingram's potential recruitment and strategic importance. Typing of the Date is a dating sim where typing speed dictates progress. The game challenges players with lengthy texts, especially in later chapters, emphasizing a strategy of vertical chunk reading and identifying key differences in choices. The guide offers character-specific advice. Be direct with Mori-sen, navigate Minagawa Shinsu's route by avoiding ing words and excelling in a minigame, and stay focused on the confession with Shiroya Yumi. Bonus content includes a staff role with unlockable illustrations and a crazy mode for experienced players. The most enticing feature is hidden scenarios with additional date options, increasing replayability beyond the 3 main routes. This page delves into strategies for Derby Owners Club 2, focusing on advanced breeding techniques and analyzing a top-tier horse. The guide emphasizes mastering repeated crossbreeding, detailing its 7 variations as a complex but rewarding method to significantly boost horse abilities, crucial for producing the strongest contenders. It outlines different approaches like Japanese style, American style, and European style breeding, listing their specific conditions and effects, such as improving physical stats, heat resistance, or adaptability to different tracks. A significant portion is dedicated to analyzing Taiki Shuttle, a dominant force in the game's official online races. The guide breaks down why this horse is so successful, highlighting key factors like the effectiveness of Nick's crossbreeding with its bloodline, its consistently high speed and power stats, and the immense benefits gained through specific mare and special crossbreeding combinations. It also touches upon the potential of unstable breeding unlocked by Gene C, suggesting it can lead to powerful results despite its unpredictable nature. Screenshots showcase game menus, horse stats, bloodline charts, and even the game's official website, illustrating the depth of the breeding mechanics and the importance of bloodline analysis. This page serves as an in-depth look at advanced horse breeding and strategic use of specific bloodlines in the competitive world of Derby Owners Club 2. This page features a special article highlighting Capcom vs. SNK2 Millionaire Fighting 2001. It centers around a third serious match between the magazine's team and Capcom staff, framed as a chance to avenge past losses. 6 individuals are introduced as the combatants, 3 from each side, ready to battle it out in the new game. The article recounts the history of this rivalry and the lead-up to the latest confrontation, emphasizing the training undertaken to improve skills. It then dives into Capcom vs. SNK2 itself, noting the impressive roster of 48 characters, and introducing the exciting new boss battle mode, which becomes accessible after meeting specific conditions in arcade mode, such as defeating powerful boss characters like Shin Akuma
or Ultimate Rugal. Other features highlighted include the detailed color edit mode for customizing character appearances, and the variety of gameplay modes available, including the unique ratio match system, classic single matches, and 3-on-3 team battles. Screenshots showcase the character select screen featuring icons for numerous fighters from both universes, the game's various modes, and the versus screen displaying characters like Ryu, Kyo Kusanagi, Terry Bogard, and Chun-Li. The page also includes basic game information, confirming the September 13, 2001 release date on Dreamcast, support for online play, and various peripherals like arcade sticks and the VMU. This page continues the intense battle between the Dorimaga magazine team and Capcom staff in Capcom vs. SNK2. The article describes the atmosphere as a serious, almost desperate, showdown, with the Dorimaga team even arriving in cosplay. The Capcom team, including a secret weapon from their sales division, is ready for a full-on fight. The competition unfolds over 3 rounds. The first was a single match, a best-of-3 battle, where the Dorimaga team's Balrog, Mai Shiranui, and Sagat faced off against Capcom's Ryu, Kasumi, and Ken. Dorimaga took the first round 21, described as delivering a knockout blow. Next was the ratio match, which Dorimaga also won convincingly, 30.
This round featured Terry Bogard and Rugal on the Dorimaga side, dominating characters like Ryu and Dan Hibiki from Capcom. Screenshots highlight the intense gameplay, showing off combos and special moves. The final and main event was the 3-on-3 match. Despite a last-minute rule change proposal from Capcom, Dorimaga went for a complete sweep. The Dorimaga team's Terry Bogard, Balrog, and Rugal faced Capcom's Kasumi, Ryu, and Dan Hibiki. Dorimaga secured victory, completing a clean sweep of all 3 rounds. As a penalty for losing, the Capcom team had to participate in a cosplay photo shoot. The page concludes by highlighting a giveaway of Capcom vs. SNK2 merchandise, including copies of the game, posters, and the soundtrack. This page presents a technical spotlight feature titled Steam Workshop, accompanied by the French phrase "Regardez cette merveille issue de la technologie," meaning, "Look at this marvel of technology." The main focus is a detailed illustration of Ichiro Ogami's custom Kubu F2 mecha from the popular Sakura Wars series. The article highlights the unit's formidable nature, emphasizing its ability to cut evil in two with its twin great swords. Described as a highly esteemed leader unit, the white-colored mecha is depicted dynamically. Technical specifications are provided, detailing its height of 2,592 millimeters, dry weight of 1,187 kilograms, armament of 2 Odachi swords, and its pilot being Ichiro Ogami. It is powered by a Reishiryoku, spirit power, engine, specifically an Orage F11.bis model, outputting 1,013 horsepower. Its feature gives readers a close look at one of the iconic mechs from the tactical adventure game series. This page explores Ichiro Ogami's customized Kubu F2 from Sakura Wars, a powerful mecha unit. Its development centered on enhanced power, reaching 1,000 horsepower, necessitating reinforced internal structure, improved armor, and frequent part replacements due to the immense stress. A side comic humorously depicts a cat-themed storyline from Sakura Wars 3 in Paris. Finally, an article details the steam lamps that illuminate the cities in the Sakura Wars world, explaining their technology and the industrial infrastructure of high-pressure steam gas production, which replaced traditional lighting methods. This page presents the 4th installment of the Shenmue side story comic series, a secret episode not revealed in the main story, drawn by the Shenmue 2 development staff for Dorimaga Magazine, titled Volume 4, Chai and Ryo. The comic is set on the night before Ryo Hazuki's landing in Hong Kong. The panels depict Ryo on a ship, spotting the antagonist Chai, and expressing surprise that he was also aboard. Chai appears menacing, threatening Ryo and proclaiming he will surely lose. The comic provides an exclusive look at a potentially unseen encounter or moment from the narrative bridge between the first Shenmue game and Shenmue 2, adding depth to the story for fans. This page continues the 4th installment of the Shenmue side story comic, picking up the confrontation between Ryo Hazuki and Chai on the ship bound for Hong Kong. Having discovered Chai is alive and on board, Ryo is shown being pursued through the ship's corridors and upstairs, with sounds indicating the intensity of the chase. The action moves onto the ship's deck at night, where Ryo finds Chai lurking menacingly on a structure. The reason for Chai's presence becomes clear as Ryo discovers Xiao Mei, a character from his hometown, tied up and crying by the railing. This reveals Chai has kidnapped Xiao Mei, setting the stage for a dramatic battle on the ship's deck, as Ryo must now confront the relentless Chai to rescue her. This page continues the intense confrontation from the previous page, depicting the battle between Ryo Hazuki and Chai on the deck of the ship bound for Hong Kong. In this segment of the Shenmue side story comic, Chai, with his signature unsettling look and arm blades, is clearly the aggressor, seen attacking Ryo with fierce movements. Ryo is shown reacting, dodging, and engaging in combat, emphasizing the high-stakes fight playing out on the snow-covered deck at night. Dialogue bubbles show Chai letting out a creepy cackle and shouting, "Ah! I'll kill you!" at Ryo, highlighting his murderous intent. The panels capture the speed and impact of the fight through dynamic lines and sound effects. The ongoing struggle is central to Ryo's quest, especially given Chai's kidnapping of Xiao Mei, though she is not the primary focus of this particular page's action. This page continues the Shenmue side story comic, depicting the thrilling conclusion of the fight between Ryo Hazuki and Chai on the ship bound for Hong Kong. The top panels show Ryo expertly dodging Chai's attack, highlighted by dynamic lines, before Chai is sent flying with his signature unsettling cackle. Following the intense battle, the comic shifts to a more serene scene. Ryo is shown looking on as Ren attends to Xiao Mei on the deck, confirming her rescue after being kidnapped by Chai. The final large panel beautifully illustrates the ship sailing away from the city lights and across the water at night, accompanied by sound effects of a ship's horn. A text box at the bottom explicitly states, "To Shenmue 2." marking the transition to the next part of Ryo's journey. The vertical text on the right confirms this episode took place just before Ryo's arrival in Hong Kong. This page effectively wraps up the dramatic shipboard confrontation and sets the stage for Ryo's adventures in Shenmue 2. This page delves into the upcoming King of Fighters 2001, marking the dramatic conclusion to the NES saga that began in earlier installments. The game introduces a fresh 4 vs 4 tactical order system, promising new strategic depth to the series' signature fighting action. With a November arcade release planned, the magazine previews the characters, starting with the main character team featuring Sei, Maxima, Whip, and Teklin, each with their fighting styles and background details. Also highlighted is the iconic Japan team, bringing together fan favorites Kyo Kusanagi, Benimaru Nikaido, Goro Daimon, and Shingo Yabuki, whose reunion is noted as a key event. The article includes small gameplay screenshots showcasing the action and confirms that the game will be introducing all 10 teams over 2 issues. This page continues the deep dive into King of Fighters 2001, showcasing 3 more dynamic teams. First up is the Iori team, a truly unexpected lineup featuring the volatile Iori Yagami alongside the mysterious boxer Vanessa, the calm self-defense master Seth, and the flamboyant lucha libre fighter Ramon. The article highlights the surprising chemistry of this group, noting how Vanessa's allure stands out, and the intrigue surrounding how these disparate personalities came together. Next is the legendary Ikari Warriors team. Leona, Ralph, Clark, and their commander Hydern are on a mission, using satellite intelligence to track down the Nest's organization while simultaneously preparing for the tournament. The text emphasizes their relentless pursuit and how clues unearthed during the construction of the KOF venue lead them directly into the competition. Finally, the fan-favorite Fatal Fury team enters the fray. Terry Bogard and Papi Bogard, Joe Higashi, and Blue Mary reunite, driven by Terry's heartfelt desire to fight for the smiles of children, inspired by memories of his adoptive father, Jeff Bogard. The article touches on Andy's training in Japan and Joe's championship success in Thailand before their emotional reunion at Jeff's grave, setting the stage for their tournament entry, with Blue Mary joining their ranks. The page features vibrant character artwork for all 12 fighters, along with small action shots from the game, giving a glimpse of the intense battles to come. The article teases that the remaining teams will be revealed in the next issue. This page dives into the latest updates for Virtua Fighter 4 Skill Kelsey, detailing new systems and features introduced via VF.net. It highlights the intriguing illusion balls, visually represented as round icons on the health gauge. There are 7 types of these balls, collectively known as Fanchu, which are rumored to unlock rare items if all are collected. Winning against an opponent possessing these balls allows you to potentially steal them, though specific conditions apply, including needing to be above a certain rank. Crucially, The article explains the updated ranking system, which progresses from Q ranks, based on experience points from versus and CPU matches, up to Dan ranks, from 1st Dan to 10th Dan and beyond. Ranking up in Dan ranks typically requires winning streaks, or participating in promotion matches against opponents of similar rank. A notable feature tied to rank is the automatic change in character costume colors. While initially, these changes are fixed upon ranking up and cannot be reverted, the text mentions that freedom to customize colors using those unlocked via ranking will become available once VF.net services fully launch. The page features screenshots showing gameplay action, the illusion balls on the UI, a rank match screen, and examples of character color variations, like Vanessa's different outfits. This page continues the Virtua Fighter 4 skills coverage with the latest from VF.net communication. It highlights the national ranking situation, featuring updates on top players and team rankings. The individual ranking shows intense competition, with players like and vying for the top spot, demonstrating how dynamic the online ranks are. There are also rankings for winning streaks and overall team points, indicating a thriving competitive scene. The page also teases new character customization items coming via VF.net, promising a more in-depth look in the next issue. Examples shown include a striking Fire Soul back emblem and a decorative necklace for Leafy, hinting at the unique cosmetic options players can acquire. A section profiling strong players features Ganamare, discussing Lei Fei, noting the character can be difficult despite seemingly simple combos, requiring careful countermeasures. He offers a useful combo sequence involving specific movements and button inputs, e.g., down right arrow, P right pointing arrow, P right pointing arrow, K plus G, as a sure win technique for certain situations. Finally, the page announces that official Virtua Fighter 4 tournament qualifiers are currently underway across various locations, encouraging players to participate and check the official website for details. This underscores the vibrant and active community surrounding the game. This page is dedicated to Tekken 4, specifically focusing on the character martial law. The article is part of a series discussing the secret stories and techniques of Tekken characters with the development team. It introduces Tekken 4's roster, highlighting the return of legendary characters. The main focus is on martial law, detailing his history within the series. It describes his journey from a skilled martial artist struggling financially to opening a dojo after acquiring funds, his son Forest Law's involvement in Tekken 3, and Marshall's return in Tekken 4 driven by the need to rebuild after Forest's business failure. The development team discusses their design choices for Law in Tekken 4, mentioning the desire for a cool older character, the addition of his beard, and the gameplay focus on incorporating new mechanics like fake steps to make him more interesting. The tactical section provides advice for playing as Law, suggesting players use the volume of his attacks and focus on counter hits with moves like the Somersault, noting that careful execution of standing techniques is key to making his counters effective, despite a lack of powerful continuous combos. Finally, there is a comprehensive list of martial law's moves, detailing the command inputs, attack properties, high, mid, low, and specific notes for each technique. This article continues its Tekken 4 character spotlight, focusing on returning and new fighters. Kuma and Panda are highlighted as series staples, with Kuma being the son of the original. Panda's evolution from a Kuma color swap to a separate character is also noted. The piece introduces Violet, revealing his true identity as Li Xiaolan. Li, adopted son of Heihachi Mishima, returns to the tournament after a period of absence, now utilizing a purple aesthetic. Players can choose between Li and Violet, effectively playing the same character with visual variations. The article then revisits martial law with a system check. It details effective usage of the flash jab for counter hits and combos. Law's new charge dragon stance is explained, including transitions and advanced techniques for powerful follow-up attacks. A diagram breaks down Law's 10-hit combo, highlighting guard points and combo routes. In Tekken 4, Kuma and Panda are explored. Kuma, after losing, retreats to the mountains but retains a television obsession. Panda returns to school, training with Xiaoyu, and secretly concerned about Kuma. Upon the tournament's announcement, Panda agrees to be Xiaoyu's bodyguard. Their gameplay focuses on long-reach attacks, counter hits, and throws. The hunting style stance is key, allowing them to duck high attacks but limiting forward movement. They are heavyweights, resistant to launches, though combos are less effective on them. The hunting style provides various attacks, including bear claw. Aerial combos are adjusted from previous games. A command list details their moves.
This page introduces Li Shaolan, time-release character number 8 in Tekken 4.
Known for his stylish demeanor and silver hair, Li is Heihachi's adopted son, banished years ago after a falling out. His story in Tekken 4 sees him living a life of luxury, but events surrounding the Mishima Zaibatsu and the announcement of the tournament draw him back into the conflict, concealing his identity. The page then delves into the history of the Mishima family's fist, reviewing the core conflict that drives the series. It features screenshots from Tekken 1, 2, and 3, highlighting key moments in the generational feud between Heihachi, Kazuya, and Jin. This narrative segment illustrates the escalating nature of their rivalry and the introduction of major threats like Ogre in Tekken 3. Visual panels depict iconic scenes from the series' past, such as Kazuya's initial defeat of Heihachi, Heihachi's return, and the confrontation with Ogre. The page culminates with a large spread showcasing the diverse cast of fighters participating in the King of Iron Fist Tournament 4, emphasizing their roles in the unfolding drama centered around the Mishima family's fate. The question posed is, who among this formidable roster will ultimately prevail? This page features Akasaka Gareki-do, a showcase dedicated to impressive figures and collectibles, catering to game and hobby fans. It highlights items from various popular series. Featured prominently are collectible figures from the fighting game Guilty Gear X. Moving down, we see a striking figure of Honey from Fighting Vipers, praised for its detailed sculpting capturing her appearance from the arcade classic. Fans of the mecha anime heavy metal LGAIM can admire the detailed kit of the LGAIM Mark I.
For classic anime fans, there are figures of eternal rivals Derek Wildstar and Leader Dessler from Space Battleship Yamato, presented in a favored 1/6 scale capturing their look from the original series. The page also showcases a high-quality figure of Rei Ayanami from Neon Genesis Evangelion, wielding the iconic Lance of Longinus. Finally, figures from Space Travelers are presented, noting this is the first time the entire cast has been released as a collection. The content expresses excitement for the craftsmanship and character selection across these diverse franchises. This showcase features a variety of figures and collectibles. Highlights include action figures from 3D animation from Japan 2, showcasing characters from iconic anime such as Akira and Ghost in the Shell, with the Kaneda on motorcycle figure being a standout. Also featured is a Gundam Fix Figuration Garmer, faithful to the Mobile Suit Gundam series, and the HGIF Gundam Heroines capsule toy line, celebrating female characters. A resin cast kit of Erica Fontaine from Sakura Wars 3 is also presented. Furthermore, the display includes figures from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, showcasing characters from Part 5, and the quirky space operation, Chocobear's Candy Toys. Finally, the topic section explores the surprising world of miniature radio control cars, comparing the Tomica Bitcharg and Micro IR DigiQ series, highlighting their affordability and fun. This page presents a comic strip titled Yuru Yuru Creature, specifically Chapter 55, subtitled Severed Head. The left side includes character introductions for the series' main cast. Guru Guru, a young scientist who enjoys creating quirky creatures. Usagi, an intelligent rabbit-like creature. A Tai-chan, a creature with a distinct personality located on its chest. And Dandy-kun, a seemingly sturdy but fragile crustacean. The comic panels show Guru Guru and his creations reacting to the idea of a severed head, with humorous dialogue expressing curiosity, embarrassment, and the simple conclusion that being alive is ultimately more appealing. The focus is entirely on the light-hearted, bizarre interactions between the characters. This page features Chapter 55 of the Yuru Yuru Creature comic strip, continuing the theme of severed head from the previous page. The characters are planning a historical drama. We see them assigning roles, with a Saichen set to play the daughter of a dango shop, and the quirky creatures deemed perfect for representing severed heads. The comic panels highlight the characters' enthusiastic and peculiar ideas for the play, with some expressing a desire to play the evil official, or even be executed, particularly by Maisi-san. The sudden realization that many male club members are present also causes some humorous surprise. The page also includes character introductions for members of the drama club. Hitomi-kun, the dedicated but sometimes eccentric leader. Maisi-san, the school idol known for her narcissism. Ayase-kun, a mecha enthusiast and stalker of Maisi-san. And Hiroshima-kun, a boy who presents as a cute girl named Rika-chan. The comic offers a lighthearted look at the club's chaotic and unique approach to putting on a performance. Weekly. The Play 2, Volume 261,
October 26, 2001, offers a comprehensive look at upcoming games and strategies. The issue highlights new game details, urging readers to prioritize releases like Wild Arms Advance 3rd, Tokimeki Memorial 3, and Grandia Stream. It also prepares readers for the Tokyo Game Show 2001 Autumn. The calendar application campaign for 2002 is announced, featuring art from titles like Dynasty Warriors 3, Silent Hill 2, and Ace Combat 04. The page also advertises strategy guides from SoftBank Publishing for various platforms, including Diablo 2, Shenmue 2, and Super Robot Wars Advance. A poster collection featuring Sakura Wars 3 illustrations is also promoted, painting a vibrant picture of the late 2001 gaming landscape. This page features a horoscope and compatibility fortune-telling column by Akasaka Nikita Mama, covering the period from October 12th to October 25th. It delves into compatibility with specific characters and zodiac signs. Highlighted is Koi Sakurazuka from the visual novel Canvas sepia-colored motif, featured as a character born on October 14th, with her own small profile as part of the fortune-telling. The main section breaks down fortunes for all 12 zodiac signs, providing insights for both male and female readers. Each sign includes a brief forecast description, a lucky color, a lucky item, and a quick rating across categories like money, health, love, work, and play, using a simple symbol system. It's a light-hearted look at the coming weeks, through the lens of astrological compatibility and personal luck. This page features a reader present campaign, offering various items to magazine subscribers. Main prizes include game software compatible with multiple platforms, the fighting game classic Capcom vs. SNK 2, Millionaire Fighting 2001 bundled with a special Capcom vs. Fan disc set, dog tag style pendants featuring logos from GunCon 2 compatible titles like Vampire Knight, Gun Survivor 2, Resident Evil Code Veronica, and Time Crisis 2, a large trading collection set for Sakura Wars 3, Is Paris Burning?, and original Dorimaga t-shirts. Also offered are telecards featuring artwork from previous magazine issues. The page also includes a preview for the next issue, featuring a focus on Sega's strategies announced at the Tokyo Game Show, illustrated with striking character art that looks familiar to players of Sega RPGs. A list of winners from a previous contest and the magazine staff list are also present. This page presents an advertisement for the Dreamcast game Prism Heart. It features a large illustration of the main character, a blonde girl with long hair, and a smaller, chibi-style illustration of another character in a red hooded cloak. The game is described as a night training romance simulation
and is scheduled for release in November 2001, with a suggested price of 6,800 yen. A key highlight is the announcement of a first press limited edition, which will include a special second Gundram containing a side story titled Feelings Put into the Sword. The page also includes the game's catchphrase, which speaks of the winds of love and battle blowing in a city of windmills. The credits attribute the game to Pajamas Soft and Kid, with the illustration by Tetsuya Uno. This page is an exciting preview of the Xbox console's massive showing at the Tokyo Game Show from October 12th to 14th, 2001, aimed at those eagerly anticipating its Japanese launch on February 22, 2002. It declares that for these 3 days, the Xbox will captivate attendees with its sights, sounds, and gameplay. The page highlights the sheer scale of the Xbox presence, boasting the largest booth in Tokyo Game Show history, with over 150 demo units available. It promises access to a lineup of over 20 powerful software titles. Featured prominently are screenshots and titles for several games, including Dead or Alive 3, Jet Set Radio Future, Air Force Delta Storm, Murakumo, Renegade Mech Pursuit, Genma Onimusha, Halo, Steel Battalion, Project Gotham Racing, Fusion Frenzy, Kakuto Chojin, Maximum Chase, and Jockey's Road. The text boxes convey the buzz around the console, noting the impressive graphics, potentially Hikvision HD, immersive 5.1 channel surround sound, and the forthcoming world of online gaming that would change common sense. It mentions 7 original Microsoft games making their debut. For those unable to attend the show, they are directed to the Xbox.jp website. The overall message is clear. The Xbox is an adrenaline booster, and its TGS debut was a major event showcasing its power and impressive launch lineup.